He's ignorant about coaching. He doesn't have a training as a coach. That's why he says so. So I didn't want to respond technically because he may not even be able to understand that. I became a coach through the advice of my coach, Surprise Asoa, when I was a boxer. He trained me as a boxer and trained me as a coach. When you go, sometimes you may have a very good boxer. Certain things, circumstances may pull your boxer out of the competition, like what happened to Sheku Samer. I have about 47 gold. I have 42 silver and 41 bronze.
How do you want to be celebrated as a legendary coach?
Well, I don't know for now. I don't know. Whatever should be. Que sera, sera.
Que sera, sera.
Whatever should be, should be.
Coming up on this edition of BizTech, we engage a young engineer who is using recycled waste to build battery packs for power supply meant for households and communities. Robert Insel, CEO of eCycle Ghana, talks about his journey on BizTech. You don't want to miss out.
I used to feel like having what I can't afford. So they like what? They say your mom bought you a kit car.
Yeah, okay.
I can't buy it. I have to get some shit from my own. To go to a shop, get some motorways, come and bind together to get whatever I want. We need light to play at night in the village. I have to get light for it. So we're using somewhat recycle it. We are trying to eliminate the chemicals from our environment. Eliminating it has a lot to do before we can achieve what we want. So we decided to focus on where we are turning the waste into. That's when we come with the power storage system. It's really pretty when you turn around and in Ghana, it's all roofside, no solar panels, but there's sunlight. But even the developed countries like China and others, they are trying to build solar plants, but they don't have enough sun. In Ghana, we have, Africa, we have more sun than we have.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. This is a GhanaWeb special on the GhanaWeb Reporter. The GhanaWeb Reporter is the Ghana's first digital media sharing platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are going to go through the ins and outs of the GhanaWeb Reporter through the eyes of journalists, bloggers, and content creators. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to our GhanaWeb special, and we have here in our studio two gentlemen who are one of the first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. Indeed, they are content creators and they've been using the Reporter since January. Let me introduce you to Mr. Michael Jan, who is on my immediate left, and Mr. Michael Ejapong, who is also a GhanaWeb Reporter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with Mr. Michael Jan. How long have you been using the GhanaWeb Reporter?
For the past 6 months now.
6 months? Since when? Is it January? Okay. Five months, I think.
Months, okay.
That's 5 months. And how did you get to know about the Reporter?
I got to know about it online in LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn?
Yeah.
And then it was a contest. I remember we put out a contest about the Reporter, and then we asked people to send in entries. So you sent in a LinkedIn entry.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you think you would be selected as one of the winners of the contest?
Actually, I'm a content writer myself. I have a personal blog that I do also publish articles. So when I got that opportunity, quickly I sent in my articles. So I knew that definitely my articles will also go through because I'm a content writer myself.
What's your blog name?
My blog name is FrenchEducationGhana.com. .com.
Yeah. It's not .wordpress.
No.
.com.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me come to the other Michael Ejapa.
Yeah.
Ejapa, how did you know about the reporter?
Yes, I was going through Twitter, and then I saw GhanaWeb Reporter. Actually, first it was a flyer, an artwork, and I read through it and I said, okay, so how do I fill in this? And then I went back to your page on Twitter, and then I see a link there. So I tap on the link, and then I submitted an article I wrote. I submitted that article because I read through the requirements, and then I saw that the article should be impactful, should impact lives. And then I sat down for a while, and then I think, okay, so you just let me submit this article because I know they really need it, and maybe out of that they will have some help. So I submitted that particular article, and then
you are here.
Yes.
So are you a journalist?
Yes, I'm a journalist.
Okay. Where do you work now?
At Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Yes.
Okay. And how does the reporter, come to support the work you're doing as a journalist?
Yes, because with a reporter, with even my own blog, I need to put up, a write-up. But with a reporter, I can even put out just a video and then do a caption so that people knows what actually is happening. Let's say the flood here in Accra. I can take a video and then just caption, this is happening in Accra, this place, and then people get to know, and then they have access to what is happening, other than just putting in a lot of write-up and all that. So I think it's wonderful. It's have just summarized everything my work.
So let me give you some background. Michael Ejapong and Michael Jan were part of the 10 contestants who were selected and awarded at the Ghana Bloggers Summit after they contested in the GhanaWeb Reporter contest, and all of them submitted stories that were fit to be on the reporter, and then they were given the first hand account on the GhanaWeb Reporter. So they were the first to have accounts on the reporter. They've been using it since January, and now they are giving us what they've experienced, what they've encountered, and also the rewards they gained out of the GhanaWeb Reporter. Let me go back to Mr. Michael Jan. So, from January, when you were given the account, what have you been going through?
When I had the opportunity to have the account, I started immediately publishing my articles, and the articles come from also from social media. When I see it, I try to put my own perspective, the one that I always want to also motivate others, yes, about life. So depending on the topic of the articles, I also try to bring my own ideas that will also help the audience, especially the youth, how to keep on going. And doing that has really also helped me, and people appreciate it.
What's one significant content that you remember publishing on the reporter?
I have a lot of them, more than 500 articles, but the one that really went far was about almost 1 million views, was about Eto. Yes, I wrote about Eto, the way Eto became president in Cameroon as Cameroon, the
Fecafoot of Cameroon,
yes, president of Fecafoot.
And
then when he did that for free. So he didn't charge anything like monthly. He was going to charge something like salary, but for free, and also increased the player's salary. So through that, when I took it, I published it, that this is exactly what, yes, this is the type of leaders that we want in Africa for Africa's development. And that content really went for almost 1 million views.
But you are a content creator, and do you create video content as well?
For now, no.
Okay. But how did you know that the Eto story would blow up?
Yes, I knew because of what he did. Yes, actually, Eto has money. He's a billionaire. So Eto could have still charged them as a president. Yes, take money, the salary. But here's the case, because he wanted to sacrifice. That's the sacrifice spirit that really got me. So for him, he wants to sacrifice himself for the people. As a player, he knew what players go through. So he wanted actually to help them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the part that really got me, and I also wrote an article about it. That is exactly what I mean. Our leaders also need to be not always about money, but it should also come from the heart.
Okay. Yeah. Ejapa, what about you? What was your most significant article which you published through the reporter?
Yes, that was the last meal of Kutua Champon before his execution, and then people really wanted to read about it. What food? And then actually in the headline I said his favorite meal, so people wanted to know about his favorite meal. And then recently I published about the wedding photos of the president, the sitting president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, and then people are really loving it. And then, you know, I think one thing I've also noticed when I was using the reporter is that I've been on other platforms, because I'm a blogger, I've been on other platforms. They have their terms and conditions. That is, you need to have a certain number of words before you can put up what you want to put up. But with a reporter, even if it is a picture, just put the picture there. Ask people about the picture. I remember I recently did one. There was this lady who has tattooed all his body, and then I posted the picture there and I said, how much are you going to pay for her bride price? And then you see the reactions are massive. So you don't need a certain words to describe it. You just post there, ask the people, and then they can react. Other than, you know, if I want to post something, you limit me to have a certain words before I can put it out there. But a reporter, if it is a video, just put it up there. If it is a picture, just put it up there. Even if it is your opinion, just put it up there. And then you can also seek people to also share their views. So it's a wonderful place to be.
How do you know people are reading your article?
Yes, you can track them. There is a dashboard. So when I put up the story, I can really track the dashboard, how many people are reading the article, my income too is there, and then even among us, the reporters, my rank with my articles. And then Michael here has been a tough opponent since we joined the house. Yes.
Since you've brought up the issue of income, it's very important to talk about that, because I know a lot of people want to earn from YouTube and other platforms, but they don't make any money. They have to hit a certain threshold and all of that. With the reporter, do you make money instantly? Are you guys seeing the money you are making? How do you make money?
Oh.
Let me go to Michael, Jan.
Yeah, so the money is being made through the viewership.
Okay.
So when people come in numbers to read your article, other pictures or whatever you put it there, since we have a dashboard, so through that it generates an income for you. So as time goes on, and then you continue. So it has to be something that has to be consistency. Yes, in order to achieve what you also want.
Okay, where can we find your blog?
My blog,
yes.
My personal blog.
On GhanaWeb.
On GhanaWeb. It can be found at GhanaWeb News. Under GhanaWeb News, you will see bloggers. Is it bloggers blog?
Yes,
yeah, bloggers blog. And then my name is French Education.
Okay, so your blog name is French Education on GhanaWeb, on the news section. And what about you?
Yes, on the news section, you see Daily News Ghana.
Okay, so when we go there, everything there is your content.
Yes.
And how do you upload your content?
Yes, I use the dashboard. And then one thing also about the dashboard is that it's very easy, simple to use. You know, you don't even have to be educated. All you need to do, just download the app, and then you go through the process of registering, and then when you are posting, it's just easy. Your title is there, the body of the content, you just upload your pictures, videos, and then it's...
Do you use your phone or your laptop to do
my phone.
Your phone?
Yeah.
What about you?
I use laptop.
You use your laptop, but why don't you want to use the phone for uploading the content?
Oh, okay. I think the laptop is easy for me.
Easy for you. Okay, but you prefer the phone?
Yes, because with the phone I can take pictures, videos, and then upload anywhere I am. So
and are you getting any supporting publishers who are using your Daily Mail to also publish content?
Yes,
because I understand the reporter also has the feature where others can also help in publishing content.
Yes. I remember I needed to go off for a while, And then I said I needed someone to, and then I got 2 people. So they were publishing on my behalf.
Okay, 2 people.
Yes, 2 people. So they were publishing on my behalf whilst I was away. And then it was like, all fun, because I sit back and then I see them publishing in my name. And then sometimes I need to come back and then review the content. And then they were all good. So sometimes I get people to also support it.
Do they also look at the dashboard?
Yes, they do.
They do, and they see the numbers.
Yes. I remember one stopped publishing, and then he said, "No, Charlie, you need to get me an account, because look at your numbers here. I can really sit back and then for you to also enjoy, because I can create the content as you can. So you just give me how I can go about it." And then I did that, and then there are people also approaching. They want to join because they saw my dashboard.
Okay, and how many content do you publish in a day?
Publish about 3 to 5 contents in a day.
In a day, and yours are mainly articles.
Mini articles. I don't do the mini articles.
Okay, and what about you? What do you post normally?
And you see, one interesting thing also about the reporter is that you don't have any limitations, so you can publish as much as you want. Sometimes I publish 5, I publish 10, depending on what I am posting.
Okay.
And I have shifted my attention from publishing articles to posting social media pictures. What is trending on social media, I bring it back to the app and then see how people are also reacting onto the app. So I'm more like sharing pictures and then videos from social media, and then it's been amazing.
Okay, with the social media shares, I know the reporter gives you the opportunity to share videos from YouTube.
Yes.
You can share posts from any social media platform directly to the platform. When you were told this, that was in December last year, before you were given the account, what did you make of it? What did you think?
Yes, I for the first time, I went there and then decided to share my post, and then I saw GhanaWeb up there, and I was like, oh wow. But when I started sharing, when people react to the post on GhanaWeb, they come back and then they give me a follow. So it has really not given me income on the reporters app, but it has also increased my following, because a lot of people also want to follow me because they always see my content on the blog, and then the post is either coming from my Instagram or my Facebook, or sometimes even my YouTube channel. So they want to follow back there. So when I post, they will be the first to see there before it comes to the app. So it's been amazing for me.
And Michael John, what was your previous impression and what do you think about it now after 5 months?
This has really helped me, especially also to have more views on my blog. So because I normally I'm more into articles and sometimes pictures. So when I do that, I normally write my website under by Michael John, also French education. This has also increased viewers on my blog. Sometimes they want to come and see who is Michael John behind this article, especially when the person finds it good, and also other social media on Instagram and then Twitter. Some people can even message me privately, oh, I read this article about this topic, but it was good. Unfortunately, I couldn't comment on the GhanaWeb, but it was good. And that really also helps me to continue doing what I'm doing.
There's a question everybody is asking concerning your blog. Your blog is called French Education on GhanaWeb, GH on GhanaWeb.
Exactly.
Why are we not seeing French education on your blog?
Exactly. So initially, the idea was to publish about French articles and also to also let people, especially students, also learn French outside the English. So that was the idea. So at times I do, but I also realized that no, I have to add other articles also into it. The article that has to do with the social issues and everything that can also impact people. So I do about the French education articles also. So it's a mix of everything, and not particularly about the French education or French articles alone. Yes.
Well, this is quite an interesting discussion, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the money part. How much money have they made in the 5 months that they've been using the reporter? They'll tell us all of that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is a GhanaWeb TV special, and we are speaking to Mr. Michael Jan and Mr. Michael Ejapon. They are GhanaWeb reporters, and we are talking about the GhanaWeb Reporter. Now, the money part. I mean, a lot of people are very interested in the money aspect. And Michael, I think 2 months ago, a month ago, you made a withdrawal request, and everybody was wondering, why is this guy trying to withdraw 100 cedis or so? I think about 100 or so, 170 something. So why did you make that withdrawal request when you had not even hit 300 cedis on the platform?
The thing is, when I first started, I wasn't too sure if this is really even going to work with the money aspect and all that. But then I did 3 publications, and that 3 publications got me the 100 plus Ghana cedis. So after doing the 3 publications, I stopped publishing there, and then I decided to go back to my dashboard and then see how things are going. Then I saw that this 3 publications actually got me 100 plus Ghana cedis. And okay, so can I really have this money, or it is just there? So I decided to request and see if truly I will receive the money. And then I was given an option to put in my mobile money and then my bank also account, but I decided to go with the mobile money and then see how fast it will be. So I wanted to see if truly I will receive the money.
And did you receive the money?
Oh yes, I did.
176, I think.
Yes, 76 Ghana cedis.
Okay, by mobile money.
Yes, by mobile money. And then one thing is that when I withdraw the money, I was just there waiting for it to drop. And then we were told that it's this is paid every 15th of the month.
Yes.
So I was waiting for it. The 15th, I didn't receive it, and I was like, okay, so let's wait and see. And then on the 15th, I didn't see anything, so I waited, and then the early morning on 16th, I received an alert that the money has been paid to me, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, okay, wow, so this is real. So, that really motivated me to continue publishing more, and then I was really telling people more about it. I was just showing them. So even though I will spend the money, I took a screenshot of it so that I can tell people that I got paid from the app.
And then you, Michael Jan.
Yes, please.
How was the payments like when Ejapa was expecting 100 cedis? I'm sure you were around 500 cedis already. Yeah. And you saw it. You knew what you were making. Exactly. Did you really believe you would make or get that money?
I couldn't believe it. But contrary to my colleague Michael Ejapa, mine was I intentionally leave it like that. It was a source of motivation. So anytime when I come and I see 500 or 600 and something, 700. So actually it was a source of motivation. Anytime when I come and I see it, it helps me to continue to publish more articles to get where I want to get and then withdraw the money. So I wanted to be as a source of motivation. Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't withdraw it right from the beginning.
So you didn't withdraw for 5 months,
exactly,
waiting for it to motivate you.
Exactly.
So which motivation level did it get to before you withdrew?
Exactly. So now when I got to 1,007, getting to 2,000 now, I said, the money is becoming huge. In Ghana, where would they be able to pay me that money? Okay, if that is the case, now let me withdraw it and see if truly they'll be able to pay. So I also wanted to test the system and see whether the system really works. And I did, and truly.
So you were paid?
I was paid.
Were you also paid on the 15th or the day after?
Oh, the day after.
Okay.
Or the day after. I got it into my bank account.
How much did you withdraw after the 100?
Yes, but you see, one thing is, me, for the after the 100, I didn't want to withdraw, actually. But I showed it to a few of my friends, and then they were saying, are you sure this money is real? Are you sure this money is real? You know, those kind of vibes. And I said, oh yes, I even withdrew 100 and something Ghana cedis. So I was having 500 plus in my account, waiting for it to grow more. But because I just wanted to show them this is real, I requested for a withdrawal, and then I said, you just wait and see that this money will be paid. And when the money was paid, I showed it to them, and then if you see how these people were rushing, to get the account done, and then it was really amazing. But for me, I was pushed to withdraw. I just wanted to be like my brother.
So what's your final words to those who may want to be part of the reporter, who want to be reporters, and what advice would you give them in terms of how to generate content and also how to get a lot of people reading the content?
The point is, as I said earlier, this is just simple, easy. I don't know the brain, because the brain behind this reporter thing is just genius. Because we have other platforms doing the same or similar thing, but they restrict you. They give you limitations. You can publish this a day. You can publish with these words. You can publish using this, that. But with the reporter, he said no. Do you have a video? Is it on your social media? Do you have a photo, a picture? What do you have? Do you want to show it to people? Do you want to ask them about the opinion? Just do that. You can even go through your social media posts, whether Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Just share your post, and then it will be live. People react to it. You don't need any amount, nothing. It's just you and your data. Just publish, and then get paid. And then one thing also is that really, when I withdrawed my 500 Ghana cedis, that was 3 days ago or so, I have about getting to close to 200 Ghana cedis again, just like that. So you just need to publish. If you really want to, what do you think? When I want to make a post, I ask myself, if I see this post online, will I be tempted to click on and then read? If the answer to me is yes, then I'll put it out there. I just want things that people could react to. We see things every day. We see things happening around us. People are not reporting. Even getting journalists to report on these things are hard. But GhanaWeb is that you can be your own reporter. You can be your own journalist. Just put it out there. We have the numbers, and then we will show it to our people. And then they are doing this paid something, I don't know. But then I see my content at other places of GhanaWeb. Sometimes I even open stories on GhanaWeb, and then when I scroll down, I see my content there. They are just promoting for me for free. I'm not paying anything. Just put up the content. We promote for you. You get income, and then you can withdraw your money. I don't know what else we want, and then we can't ask for more. This is just amazing.
What about you, Michael John?
Yes, so I see this reporter as a side hustle business, and then actually it also help you as a person. I'm more into writing articles, short stories. When I have the headline, I always want to write articles about it. So for me, I think it is easy, because the GhanaWeb has already the numbers. Everyone wants to create his or her own blog, and also have Google AdSense, so that at the end of the day the person can be paid. And that one sometimes becomes difficult, but with that one the numbers, the audience is already there. So it's up to you to work on your headline. The headline is very important. So with all this experience, the headline is very important. We have some of the headlines. When you go, you can just see the introduction, and then the body, and also conclusion immediately from the headline. Yeah,
so your strategy is the headline?
Mine is the headline. Okay. Because I'm to writing the article, mine is the headline. So the headline has to be catchy. So I want you to come and then click on it, so that at the end of the day, when you read, not because I also want something in return, but it will also benefit you as well. So the headline, when you have a very catchy headline, definitely people will go and read your stories, your articles, what you have to offer, and then at the same time, in return, to also help you.
You've heard the testimonies of Michael Jan and Michael Ejapon. So they are our first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter. They're actually blog reporters. So with the reporter, there are two types. We have the basic reporters and then the professional reporters. The professional reporters earn income out of their work, which is to publish on the blogs that will be created for them. The basic reporters, you have access to the number of people on GhanaWeb, all of the GhanaWeb audience who see your content on the wall. As professional reporters, you could be VIP reporters under the professional. The VIP are for influencers, also for public figures and then celebrities, while the blogger reporters, that's for bloggers and also journalists. They are journalists, also content creators. They are using that platform to put out their content to the entire audience of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb as well benefits by giving its audience diverse content of different varieties, help people to understand what's happening in the country. You can also be a reporter by downloading the GhanaWeb Reporter app on Play Store and then on the App Store, either on iPhone and on Android devices, and then you register, go through the process, and that's it. You can just apply, upload anything you want to upload. It could be a photo, a video, and even documents. And these will be published on your personalized page, and it would also appear on the wall of GhanaWeb and on other platforms. When you want to be, or if you want to be a professional reporter, you need to apply. After downloading the app and then registering, you apply to be a professional reporter. You would have to show proof that indeed you are a content creator, you are also a citizen journalist or a celebrity or an influencer, and then you'll be given access to the professional reporters dashboard. Then you can measure and see the number of people who visit your page and the number of money you make out of the reporter. The reporter is so easy. There is also the aspect of the advocacy, or for the advocacies, like the NGOs. You can also have a reporter page where you put out content surrounding the good works that you do, and also if you need people to contribute to your NGO with the advocacy reporter, you could do same. You just have to register to be an advocacy reporter. All the details are on GhanaWeb. Go to the wall section and you find all the content and all the reports from the reporters. The GhanaWeb Reporter is Ghana's first digital media sharing platform created to democratize journalism and empower content creators. And you've heard from Michael Ejapong. He is a journalist and he has been given the opportunity to put out his content as a journalist. And also you've heard from Michael Jan. He is a content creator. He has been empowered to make money out of his content. You can also be a reporter.
Coming up on this edition of BizTech, we engage a young engineer who is using recycled waste to build battery packs for power supply, meant for households and communities. Robert Inso, CEO of eCycle Ghana, talks about his journey on BizTech. You don't want to miss out.
I used to have feel like having what I can't afford. So they like what? They say your mom bought you a kit car.
Yeah, okay.
I can't buy it. I have to get it straight from my own. To go to a shop, get some motorways, come and bind together to get whatever you want. We need light to play at night in the village. I have to get light for it. So we're using somewhat recycle it. We are trying to eliminate different ways from our environment. Eliminating it has a lot to go through before we can achieve what we want. So we decided to focus on where we are turning the waste into. That's when we come with the power storage system. It's really pity when you turn around and in Ghana, all roofs are empty, no solar panels, there is sunlight. Or even the developed countries like China and others, they are trying to build solar plants, but they don't have enough sun. Ghana, we have, or Africa, we have more sun than we are not.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
He's ignorant about coaching. He doesn't have a training as a coach. That's why he says so. So I didn't want to respond technically, because he may not even be able to understand that, because he's not a coach. He's a boxer. He's a world champion. I respect him for that.
this is not an easy task at all. Well, that is what the coach of Ghana's amateur boxing team, Kofi Asare, has been doing to train Ghana's boxers at the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, where we won 3 medals in boxing, 2 silver medals and 1 bronze medal. Well, in this episode of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, we are coming to sit down with the legendary coach to have a good discussion with him on how he trained his boxers to go ahead and win 3 medals for Ghana in boxing. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and we're taking a short break. When we return, we'll delve into the conversation. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and as promised, I have the coach of Ghana's amateur boxing team, Coach Kofi Asare. Coach, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Last year, I was with you prior to the Olympic Games. You went and was able to win Ghana's only medal at the Olympic Games. This year, at the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, against all odds, you sent the boxing team to the Commonwealth Games, won 3 medals, 2 silver medals, and 1 bronze medal. How do you feel as a coach?
Yeah, I think I feel fulfilled in terms of the performance. I'm very happy about it because it was about 24 years ago that we had a medal in this kind. For instance, 4 years ago, I was a coach. 24 years ago, I was a coach. I was part of the team that won gold. Ramona, James Tony, Charles Ademu, Aloy Moyoyo. And then I was a coach.
Wow.
And since then, so many things has happened. And our medal has dropped down to sometimes only 1 bronze for boxing. And even though sometimes it looks like it is a rescue medal in terms of maybe all the disciplines, maybe boxing will come out with 1 bronze to save the face of the sport. But I still think that we must do better. And so as it happened this time, I'm very, very happy, and I feel that all that I was determined, I'm able to fulfill it. So I'm happy.
Some people say you're a magician. Looking at the current circumstances that we find ourselves, a country that we invest a lot in football than boxing. Yes, still anytime you go out there with Ghana's boxing team, you are able to win a medal. How do you do it with little resources?
Yeah, it is because I'm a trained coach. I'm a qualified coach, and I have small level of psychology, and also I understand our situation very well. That I can't keep on complaining, because where we find ourselves in, even if we have everything at our disposal, everything that we need, we still will lack, because we are not better in terms of our economical background than some other countries. If we are going to the Commonwealth Games, we cannot compare our facilities to England or let's say Scotland or Canada. They are all better in terms of facilities and equipments than us. But I believe that when comparing to the coaches that handle the team, I'm equally good as them, because we all have the highest standard, that is the 3-star level. So sometimes I use that as, no, I must also be able to achieve something, because even though some of them, they have more support, we have the same qualification, but they have more support that made them happy. I must also use more of psychology in terms of psyching my athletes to be able to do it. So all our boxers going to the Commonwealth Games, they know that we don't have facilities enough. We don't have as much as support that we think we must. But that is our level. That is the limit we can go. Because when you are schooling, sometimes you school with people who parents have money than you, but you don't give up. You sacrifice. You work very hard to be able to get yourself into the race. So I see it from that angle that yeah, our father doesn't have enough, but we will not let it go. We will make sure that we put up our best performance.
Okay.
And sometimes poor people also achieve certain things.
Okay, so poor people also achieve something, but 9 boxes. Let's zoom in into the Commonwealth Games proper. Our first bout, Olena sat with our female boxer. When she went there and she lost the first bout, now you were left with 8 boxes. At that point in time, what were you telling the boxers?
Yeah, actually, Dr. Onera Santos wasn't part of our preparation. Even though we selected her based on a past performance. She's the only female boxer who have level that can compete at the Commonwealth Games. Is our only, is our only female boxer who won bronze at the international level. And so, even though we choose her, we were asking the organizers to bring her down for us to get into our preparation, but we didn't get that opportunity to work with
let me
her.
chip in. Do you think in future she can be able to win a medal for Ghana in terms of boxing, maybe the All African Games or probably the next Olympics or Commonwealth?
Yeah, Onera is good, and she's intelligent as well, and you don't downplay intelligent people because she knows what to do. We communicate enough, but in person, when you are preparing somebody in person, it's good that you get the person closer, and that was what we were asking for, and we couldn't get it until we get to the Commonwealth, because ticketing and financing. Our problem is money, no money syndrome. Our problem is the no money syndrome thing. So we get together about 2 weeks, at a week before the actual competition. So a little that we can do, we did that.
Okay.
But I think if we have get more opportunity in terms of time, she will do better. But she's good. She's good, and if we manage her proper, we can achieve a lot with her.
Okay. So moving on, at the Commonwealth Games, Ghana was struck with the biggest shock of the tournament. Our boxer, who is Sameh, was suspended for some issues. Was it a surprise to you that a boxer from your camp went through suspension and for doping? Because you've managed the team for a long time, so definitely you wouldn't have allowed anything like that to happen. So what went wrong? What happened?
Actually, I've been talking about this support. We want all the departments available. I've been saying this time and time again. We didn't even have maybe education on doping. It is my knowledge that I advise them, don't do this, don't do that. But I think in future we need to have those kind of support in terms of technical know-how, in terms of this doping issue, because I believe that Sheku Sameh has no idea about doping. I don't think he has intention of doping himself for such competition. But out of ignorance, he has taken something, and that thing happened to be a banned drug.
Okay.
But it's not intentional. We know people who dope. They work towards doping and to come and perform. I don't think Sheku Sameh has something like that. Doesn't have idea about.
So was it a drug or was food? Was it something like supplement or? It was...
Yeah, according to the doping institution,
okay,
or doping institution, we were told that he has something like a mask.
Oh, okay.
So, he has taken something as a mask to cover doping. You see, which is unbelievable. You see, because I know very well that he's ignorant about the whole doping program. So it's something that happens. Can happen to any other our sport, any other sector of our sport. So we should have an eye open on that. I think it's a ringing bell for our alertness, because if we were in camp, we were doing everything together. I don't think something like that will happen, because we will take care of their medication. We will take care of anything that they do. But not being in camp, they can sometimes, Ghana, sometimes when you feel headache, you go to some shop and buy something, that's all, with the advice of the pharmacist there. So you may go and take something which is a banned drug, and you may not know, and later on it will appear. But maybe intentionally you didn't have intention of taking a banned drug. Even there's some energy drinks outside there. When you take it, there are some substances in it. There are some drinks available in town that when you take it, there are some substances in it. So when we are in camp, we will guide against all those things. So when we are not in camp, these things can happen. So we should know, I think it should be a lesson for us to know that in future, we shouldn't allow certain things to happen by guiding against it through camping.
All right, that explanation was well given, because a lot of reports was here and there, but I think you're giving us the right information. Before your team left Ghana for Birmingham, there were reports about interference in the boxes, because there was a justify to pick the boxes for the amateur team. There was one boxer named Theophilus. It was alleged that he was supposed to be part of the team, but he wasn't. What was the issue about?
I think Theo was my choice at that time, but I wasn't the only person who has to take decision on who to go or not to go.
So even though I'm a technical, did they interfere in your work?
Well, I don't want to pick it as interference, because it is a team work. It's a teamwork. So I think whatever happened, we all learn from it. I remember when when my president was Ambassador Kwaku. At that time, we prepare a team the same way.
Okay.
And my choice was GhanaWeb at that time. And Ambassador Kwaku advised me that he's not happy with the recent performance of GhanaWeb. So he wants a replacement, and so he proposed Isaac Dogbe to me at that time. And he being the president and also have idea about the sports, I didn't hesitate. I just accept, because he didn't select the whole team. At least he proposed some of his something that he think is good. And when we went there, Dogbe performed.
I think we'll get into that. But
yeah, Dogbe performed. So
this where we'll take a break, because when we return, that's when you are going to get into the juicy aspect of how Coach Asare makes sure he gets the right boxers that will go out there to become not only great professional boxers, but also win medals for Ghana at tournaments. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafi, and this is Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. We are taking a short break. We'll be back after this. So you're welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafi, and you're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm here with Coach Kofi Asare. He's a legend. He's a legend. Coach, do you know a legend?
Well, you say so.
You've been serving for the past how many years? 20 years?
Yeah, more.
Would you
on and off sometimes? Yeah.
Would you be happy if you are named as the longest serving coach in Ghana's history?
Yeah, why not? Why not? It is true because I've worked very hard for that, and sometimes people think I should be pushed off, but the same people come back and pick me again. So that is how it is. I work very hard, and when you work very hard, most of the times that's how it seems to be.
When you work very hard, it's your work coming with money. Coaching the national team, is it lucrative? Like coaching the Black Stars?
No, it's not. I cannot compare myself to that. It's actually it's the love of the sport. I became a coach through the advice of my coach, Surprise Asoa, when I was a boxer. He trained me as a boxer and trained me as a coach. And he saw the talent in me, and he encouraged me that I should do coaching.
Okay.
You see, so I pick it from him. He's also a great coach, and he already told me how great I can be if I stick to coaching very well. So I was doing it, not thinking about money.
But you get paid?
Yeah, actually, payment in terms of my coaching in the national team, no. But I work at the National Sports Authority. So because I work at the National Sports Authority, it is like I'm obliged to work for the national.
So you are not paid like the Blasters?
No, nobody pay me about that. That is the sacrifice I does that people don't know. You see, sometimes some people also think that I'm getting some money or something.
But so far, how many medals have you won with the national team?
In terms of medal, adding this 1 to 8, I have about 47 gold. I have 42 silver and 41 bronze.
What coach is saying?
Which is in all 130 something plus.
What coach is saying is not only Commonwealth, it's not only Olympic Games, it includes all African Games, which other tournaments?
ECOWAS Games, Commonwealth Games, African Games, African Championships, African Zone Competition, Black Expo Games, all those things are part of it.
We are talking about Commonwealth because that is the moment for now. Commonwealth Games, I was monitoring the team very well. I saw the likes of Omar Wahid, I saw the likes of Joseph Kome. Then Abraham came next, Abraham Mensah. Abraham was lucky, I must say, because he fought one bout and made it to the semis, I think. Then he went to the finals. These three boxers, were you really hoping that they would be able to get the gold medal?
Well, actually, all the boxers I sent, I was determined that we may be able to say true. It is not easy thing. When you go, sometimes you may have a very good boxer. Certain things, circumstances may pull your boxer out of the competition, like what happened to Sheku Sameh. I was having Jesse Latte, who is also my medal prospect. Also, circumstances pulled him out. The reason that many people don't know was that Jesse Latte didn't fight in his weight category.
Oh, okay.
Because of wrong documentation. His name was entered in a different weight category.
Really?
And when we reached there and I protest about it, it seems there's nothing they can do about it. So I have to just accept him fighting in that weight category. So it's not that Jesse Latte didn't perform, but it is because of the weight category that he find himself in. He's someone who listened and he always wanted to do it. You could have said he will not box, okay. Or he could have just said, because that is not his weight category at that time. But he accepted the challenge, and what happened was that he couldn't win.
Okay. So for Omar Wahid, were you hoping that he would have won a gold medal? Because from the way he fought from the preliminary stages, I think he earned a knockout as well in one of his bouts. Were you hoping that he would win a gold medal?
Yes, that was what I was determined Sometimes balloting counts a lot. He didn't get a very good ballot, so he has to fight from 132. So he has about 4 fights before getting the bronze. Somebody may have 3 fights, 4 fights, and may win gold for his country. So Wahidoma did marvelously well, but he didn't get a good ballot, so he has to fight from there. The same thing happens to Joseph Kome, who also has to fight from 132, being a new boxer as well. And it's not easy to fight within 10 days. Fighting 4 fights within 10 days.
Wow. Let's talk about Joseph Kome. Do you know a lot of Ghanaians were rooting for Joseph to win gold medal because of his style? He had dyed hair and, you know, boxing and attitude. When a boxer has attitude and can get his opponent annoyed and everything. How disappointed was it knowing that?
Yeah, actually, I always say that boxers, athlete life first, winning is second. The athlete life is more important than any other thing. He can live to win another time again. When we find out that he's sick, he was complaining, and I have to call a doctor, and the doctor confirmed that he's really sick. But he is a determined boxer. He wanted to do whatever he did, but he can even die in the ring.
But it was a Northern Ireland boxer. He could have beaten him. What do you think?
Yeah, he could have beaten him, but what if he fell down in the ring and then dies? You see the whole thing. So we need to listen to the doctors. You know, I always want to work with specialists, people who understand the sport. Maybe if we don't have a doctor at that time at the village, we will just do what our own thing, and something else may happen. You see. So what happened to us? It's rather unfortunate, but we take it that that is how it should be.
For these 3 boxers that have so far won medals for Ghana, if they decide to go professional.
Yeah, you know, if you could remember, when Samuel Techi came from the Olympic Games, he took a very strong decision. Nobody was able to persuade him. He said he's going to professional, and he is really professional now. That is a decision of the boxers, because as difficult as it is in making a champion, their life is also very, very important. You see champions, or you see potential boxers who can be world champions, and they may not be able to do it.
So you will not be disappointed if they go professional?
I will not, because I told people that I will replace Samuel Techi, and I did it.
So you replace these boxers?
Yeah. Kome is fighting in Samuel Techi's weight category. He was fighting in the weight Samuel, and I told people that I can replace any boxer who leaves the national team. And so the boxers, we must sometimes allow them also to take their decision, because if Samuel Techi become a world champion for Ghana, it's the same.
With Samuel Techi, Ikwete made some statements about you saying that the boxer lacked some basic training, and that it was Samuel Techi's own intelligence that he used to win a medal for Ghana at the Olympic Games. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, you know, he's ignorant about coaching. He doesn't have a training as a coach. That's why he says so. So I didn't want to respond technically, because he may not even be able to understand that, because he's not a coach. He's a boxer. He's a world champion. I respect him for that. But he's not a trained coach, and so he doesn't understand so many things. When he talk about fundamentals, can he vividly explain what is fundamentals in boxing? You see, he doesn't have those knowledge. So but people hail them because they are world champions, but that doesn't make him to just criticize unnecessarily. Somebody won bronze, something that you couldn't achieve when you are as an amateur. You couldn't achieve that, and you downplay that person, that he doesn't know basics, he doesn't know anything. Do you think winning bronze medal is just lucky or magic? Olympic bronze medal, qualifying to the Olympic Games is not even something just happened. You have to box and win. You see, so those kind of criticism, I take it in good faith, because you don't expect to be a coach and you don't have somebody to criticize you. But I trained Samuel Techi, despite whatever he thought about Samuel Techi, to win, to qualify to the Olympic Games, to win bronze. Now Samuel Techi is at his disposal. So he should be able to make good use of Samuel Techi, because Samuel Techi is a great boxer. I believe in Samuel Techi, and I know if you handle Samuel Techi very well, you'll be a world champion.
Speaking of world champion, one of the boxers you managed was Isaac Dogbe. He's aiming to become a 2-time champion. Can he be able to become a 2-time champion in future?
It's possible, because Isaac Dogbe is the youngest world champion that the country has produced for now. And he is very disciplined, as I know him. I train him, I qualify him to the Olympic Games, and I won medal with him at the African level before I went to the Olympic Games. There was certain errors that made Dogbe couldn't win medal at the Olympic Games, and he has proven it by becoming a world champion. And now that he has been a world champion, to be a world champion again, it's like trying to read a book that you've already read. You see, so he has what it takes to be a world champion, and he's still young. People even are not his age, and they still aim of becoming world champions. And he has already been a world champion, and I think he is determined, and he has what it takes to be. And so I wish him well, and I wanted him to be a champion again.
Will you say he should fight Emmanuel Navarrete for the 3rd time? Because he has 3 different options. He has WBO, which Navarrete holds. He can also go for WBC, which Luis Vargas has that title. Then he can also go for the IBF title, which is held by an English boxer named Josh Wellington. Which of these 3 belts should he approach? Should he fight Navarrete for the 3rd time, or go for IBF or WBC?
Well, these issues has always been happening in the professional circles. Some people have 3, 4 fights. Sugar Ray Leonard and Thomas Hens. It happens sometimes, and sometimes somebody who has been beaten can also come back and beat the other person. If you could remember. Hens also beat Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard also beat Hens.
But he has lost 2 already.
Yeah, but the point is, let's compare Marquette and Manny Pacquiao. Marquette also lost to Manny Pacquiao, but he knocked Manny Pacquiao out at their last fight. So those things can happen. But to me, Dogbe is a boxer, and he takes challenge, and he can do whatever he wants to do. So his choice is the most important thing, not what I will be thinking or what I will be suggesting to him. If he believed that he wanted to be great by beating Navarrete, why don't get that chance? If he wanted to find another means of becoming a world champion again, why not? So it all depends upon, because if you want to achieve something, you have to look at something big.
Finally, before we go, how do you want to be celebrated as a legendary coach?
Well, I don't know for now. I don't know. Whatever should be, should be. Que sera, sera.
Que sera, sera.
Whatever should be, should be.
On that note, that is how we wrap up for this edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and I sat down with the legendary coach, Coach Kofi Asare, who was able to lead Ghana's amateur boxing team, popularly known as the Black Bombers, to win 3 medals for Ghana at the Commonwealth Games. They won 2 silver medals and 1 bronze medal. Well, at the previous Commonwealth Games, Ghana won only 1 medal at that particular tournament in Australia, and it was Coach Kofi Asare who led the team to win that particular medal. That was Jesse Lati, and he has been able to do that. Well, that is how we wrap up for this edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and thanks for watching.
on this edition of BizTech, we engage a young engineer who is using recycled waste to build battery packs for power supply meant for households and communities. Robert Inso, CEO of eCycle Ghana, talks about his journey on BizTech you don't want to miss out.
I used to feel like having what I can't afford. So they
like what?
They say your mom bought you a kit car.
Yeah, okay.
I can't buy it. I have to get the kit from my own. To go to a shop, get some motorways, come and bind together to get whatever we want. We need light to play at night in the village. I have to get light for it. So we're using somewhat recycling it. We are trying to eliminate electronic waste from our environment. Eliminating it has a lot to do before we can achieve what we want. So we try to focus on where we are turning the waste into. That's when we come with the power storage system. It's really pity when you turn around and in Ghana, all roofs are empty, no solar panels, but there's sunlight. Or even the developed countries like China and others, they are trying to build solar plants, but they don't have enough sun. Ghana, we have, or Africa, we have more sun than we are not.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
I was dismissed as editor of the Daily Graphic because I said something the government of that day didn't want.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is the most informative socio-political and personality interview program you can find online. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this episode, we are going to tap into the life and brains of a Ghanaian legend. He is a journalist, a novelist, and so many other things around the media. He started writing in the 1950s and he has since not stopped. Our guest will be introduced to you after this break. This is the Lowdown. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break, and we are in the company of a legendary writer. And our guest was born in 1935, and I'm sure a lot of our viewers are not in that age bracket when he was born. However, there are others who would remember a lot of his works and may not know who he is. And our guest is Mr. Martin Cameron Dodu.
Hi.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
And I'm glad you are here because you contribute to GhanaWeb, and you still do. How do you normally put together your thoughts when writing? Because you are 85 years old.
Let me first of all correct you. I was born in 1937, not 35. I know I'm old, but
not that old. Yeah. So how do you go about your passion, which is writing, journalism, and all of that, even at this age? Because a lot of your mates, I would say, have retired.
Yes. Well, the thing is to never stop thinking about your country, your home, and the world. Then when you get ideas about what you are hearing or seeing, you tell yourself, would I do this? What can I say about that? Do I have anything to tell other people about? Would I like to converse with someone about this issue? Because the media is just a reflection of life. And in life, if you don't converse with people, if you don't exchange ideas, then you are basically dead on your feet. Now, the reason why I keep writing, and I write 2 columns a week, one for the Daily Guide of Ghana and the other for the Ghanaian Times. I taught myself how to write. I've never been to a secondary school. I've never been to a journalism school. I just, out of the love of communicating, began to read a lot, listen a lot, and made the world know something that I'm very familiar with. And I go on doing that because so long as God has given me this brain and it isn't dead yet, I have to use it. If you don't use it, it will die on you.
And a lot of journalists retire from 50, some after 50, some even before 50. But you were a freelance journalist and a writer from the 80s.
Yes.
And by then, were you supposed to have retired in the UK, or you were actively working alongside being a freelance journalist?
Well, who tells you to retire? It's only your work. In journalism, nobody supervises what you do, especially if you're a freelance. So long as you write well, you remember events, and you are not too lazy to check up on your facts, you don't retire. Good journalists don't retire. When you want to retire, it's probably after you have written your autobiography. And I am writing mine, but there is so much going on that I haven't completed it, and I don't think I'll complete it in the next few years unless I am called away.
I think you have to complete it, and anything we can do to get you to complete it, we're going to do it in our own way. But with remembering and recounting memories,
yes,
this is something you are really good at, because you remember the pre-independence era when you were still, actively working, and you were a young man then. How was it like when you were a people teacher? At that point, did you think you would be a journalist, and you didn't even know what journalism was at the time?
That is true. I was very lucky in that I was, I think, in Standard 6 when the Daily Graphic was launched. Now, the Daily Graphic has very interesting antecedents. It was launched by the Daily Mirror Group of London. Now, at that time, the Daily Mirror was the biggest newspaper in the world in terms of readership. And they employed very good journalists. Bankole Timothy was employed from Sierra Leone and became a very important person in the Ghana media. Henry Ofori, you probably have heard of him. He used to be editor of Drum. Moses Dankwa, Kofi Bedu, the sports writer. They were very good, and these people were taught by Fleet Street experts. And when you read them, you felt, oh, I'd like to write like that. And so even when I was in middle school, I was writing good essays, and I was lucky to have some very good teachers who helped me along and taught me that first of all you must master the English language, and secondly you must read so that you know what interests you and learn from that to make your stuff interesting to other people.
Where did you get your materials to read? Were you reading newspapers at the time?
Yes, newspapers, and also
yes.
I come from Esiakwa, which is near Chebi, and Chebi had a library at the community center. I used to go there every week, paying out of people teachers' salary about £7 a month. I was taking lorries at 1 shilling a time, go to Chebi, borrow a book, bring it back to Esiakwa, read it. As soon as I finish, I go and change it, and so on.
And what kind of books were in the library at the time?
All sorts of novels. I read The Saint. There were a lot of novels about the saint, for instance, and then Black Shirt. If you knew how these people wrote, if you borrowed a book, you needed to finish reading it. You couldn't put it down. It had that knack of making you interested in the story they were telling you. And then, of course, Charles Dickens and other people. I read a lot.
And you wrote a lot from that inspiration?
Yes. Not directly. This is the thing about education. When you absorb and you are disgorging, it's not conscious. The English language appeals to you. You find an expression as you are reading, and it gets into your subconscious. And before you know it, you are applying it to your own situation, and perhaps modifying it a bit. Because these people were writing about Europe and America, and I was in the Gold Coast. But I had to make sure that people in the Gold Coast understood what I was writing, so I adapted, yes.
And in 1957, you were at GBC by then. How was it like, if you can take us back, for you and also your thoughts at the time when we had the independence. What was going on then?
Whilst I was in school, there was this struggle between the National Liberation Movement and the Convention People's Party about which party would lead Ghana to independence. And then I joined a magazine called New Nation. But whilst I was at New Nation, I was moonlighting by writing short stories for the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. And they employed me because they liked what I was writing.
Yeah.
So I was there when independence occurred. We had a head of news who was from the BBC, seconded from the BBC. We had a head of programs who was seconded from the BBC, and we had a director general who was seconded from the BBC. And they were looking at talent for talent, all the time. So I wrote for them, and they employed me. And without any training, I couldn't write shorthand, I couldn't type, touch typing, and so on. Just out of being able to remember things, I was made a reporter. Now, in those days, the radio was the most authoritative media in the country. So, if you made a mistake, if you misquoted someone or gave an untrue fact, they would be on you in a minute.
And you lose your job.
Absolutely. Well, and it was so disgraceful. So you had to be very, very careful. And that was how I trained myself to be able to report accurately, reflect what people were really saying. And I was sent to Parliament as parliamentary reporter. The worst thing you can think of, because as you know, politicians are very interested in being quoted accurately. Because if you quote them and make an error, it goes to their constituents. And they will not be elected again. So they were very, very interested in making sure that we reported them properly. Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, who was then the Prime Minister of Ghana, once telephoned the newsroom of Radio Ghana once I was there. And he told us that we had said that the dam was being built at Konsombo. It wasn't Konsombo, it was Akosombo, Akosombo, and he spelled it for us. So just imagine this happening, and everybody knows. He said, hey, Prime Minister listens to us, we must be accurate too. And because I managed to report accurately, I was sent to all the important assignments. And
have you ever interviewed Dr. Kwame Nkrumah at the time?
Not for writing, but I've had one-to-one with him during the Congo crisis. I was editor on duty when President Lumumba, Prime Minister Lumumba of the Congo, had problems. And we had, at that time, a monitoring service which was capable of picking up radio transmissions from all over Africa. And I heard that the Ghana ambassador in the Congo had been expelled by the government of the Congo. At that time, Ghana had sent soldiers, artisans, and a whole lot of people to the Congo. So I realized that if we broadcast that news, people would panic. They say, hey, if we have no embassy in the Congo and our people are there, what will happen to them if anything occurs? So I said, I'll send this news to the Prime Minister. And out of my own initiative, I sent it to his office at Flagstaff House. And within 30 minutes, they sent a car for me. And I went there and he sat me down and said, why did you bring this news here? And I said, I know that we have soldiers in the Congo and you have an embassy, but we, according to your instructions, have set up a monitoring service so we can hear Radio Leopoldville direct. And this news came from Radio Leopoldville, and I thought that perhaps it would take time to get to you through the army or through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but here it is. Give it to the president and let him do what he likes with it. So that's why I brought it to you, because if I had broadcast it, I'm sure we would have had panic in the country. And he said to me something very strange, but I think he was completely bowled over. He said, don't send such news here. This is not a news agency. Can you imagine?
Because he wanted you to broadcast it.
No. He just said I shouldn't send it to him because he was disturbed.
Yes.
And then I went with somebody working in Radio Ghana who was close to him. And he picked up a letter and said, listen to what our ambassador has written. So the ambassador, who was N.A. Welbeck, had written that he had the Congo in his pocket, people come to him for advice and so on. Very rosy picture. I didn't say anything. He read it and I went my way. Within 2 weeks, Congolese soldiers had gone to the embassy to expel the ambassador by force because he said he wasn't going to leave. He had to hide in a freezer. And then eventually he was freed by the Ghana army, by the commander of the army himself. He was called Alexander, General Alexander. He was there with him. Alexander went to the embassy, picked him up from the freezer and drove him to Nkommo Airport and put him on a plane. And I looked at him and said, yeah, this is not a news agency.
Yes. So if they had worked on it, probably that wouldn't have happened and it could have prevented maybe some
That wasn't my business.
Yes.
My business was to make sure that my fellow countrymen in the Congo were safe. And you send them there, they are facing problems. You have to know. But of course, as I say, this is what I mean by using your intelligence. You go and broadcast it, everybody will hear about it. And your brother is a carpenter who has been sent to the Congo to help them. His brother is an electrician. His brother is in the army. What would they think? So, you use your judgment in journalism. That's why I say that there are a lot of people in this country who think that if you get a microphone, that's the end of the story. It isn't. You must think about the person who is going to listen to you. You must think about the person whom you are going to talk about. What would they say if they were face to face with you? Just because you can broadcast on the airwaves and reach them directly, it doesn't mean that you should forget that they are also human beings like yourselves who have rights to their good name and so on and so forth. But if you are not trained, you think, oh, it doesn't matter, let me make people say that. Did you hear so-and-so say this? Did you hear so-and-so say this? That's not journalism.
This is quite an interesting story and also quite an expose on the responsibilities of journalists. And we'll be going deeper into those days and how you handled certain situations that came your way and also the differences in the media in Ghana and then the UK where you lived some part of your life.
Yes.
This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. We'll be right back and continue the discussion with Martin Cameron Dodi. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and we are discussing with our guest, Martin Cameron Dodi. And I don't know, are you comfortable with the name Martin? Because you normally sign Cameron Dodi and no Martin.
Yes. Because of my affinity with the radio, I like you funny. I like good words, and I loved the name Cameron rather more than Martin.
Okay.
And of course, editors prefer that you use as few words as possible for your story as well as your byline. So rather than say Martin Cameron Dodo, I just choose the Cameron. And it's important to me because my father was a cocoa buyer, and the firm that he worked for was from the United Kingdom, and the head of the firm was a Scotsman called Cameron, and he helped my father a lot. My father was an incredible man. He never went to school, but he could buy cocoa and account for it. He brought 60 pounds of cocoa. He would know if it was more or less, knew the scales and so on and so forth. And these people appreciated him and promoted him. And we had quite a nice life. So I said, oh, if it hadn't been for Mr. Cameron, maybe I wouldn't be enjoying this life.
So you are living the life of or the legacy of Mr. Cameron, because at least he made your family comfortable.
Absolutely.
That's quite interesting. And in the 1960, I think in 1960, you were the editor for Drum magazine.
Yes.
At what point did you leave GBC?
It was very interesting. I was making rapid progress there. I went there in 1956, and by 1960, I had been promoted to editor. In those days, if you became an editor, you had a car, a car loan, had a bungalow, and all sorts of things. So I was moving fast. When Henry Ofori, I have mentioned it, came to interview me at GBC about the stories I was writing, which were being broadcast not by the news section, but by the programs section. And he asked me, why is it that we have so few writers in Ghana? And I gave him an answer. I said, look, this is a humid climate. People go to their offices and work. Those educated who have offices, when they get home, they are very tired. And writing is a tiring occupation. Not only that, but they hardly pay anything. Which incidentally, GhanaWeb has been perpetuating. You use a lot of stuff which you don't pay for. How do you expect your freelancers to exist and continue producing stuff for you? When I became editor of Daily Graphic, the Drum, I paid well. I fought for contributors' fees, because without them, what are you? Okay, you may be bright, you may be a very good writer, but you need the input of other people, because they are different people. They have different experiences. They are all over the place, and you are sitting in your office. And the person brings you a story which you put in a magazine and sell. If you saw those days, at the end of the month, you see about 10 kids on this road here. African drum, African drum, African drum. And people used to like to buy the drum. So if they are buying and paying for it, why won't you share it with those who help you to make it popular? We have to be absolutely truthful to one another. I regard GhanaWeb as my second home. I used to write even for Say It Loud. Yes, I took part in some of those very serious, controversial debates.
I hope you didn't go anonymously.
I think I didn't use my name. Because some of the stuff there is, you know, it's almost disgraceful to be associated with it. But we've toned it down now. That's very good. But you've done very well. There's nobody I know of importance in politics or business who doesn't use GhanaWeb every now and then. And also I like the idea that you encourage people to express their opinions about what they read. Some other media also use opinions, but they don't encourage letter writing. And so please keep up and encourage people. Don't just wait. If there is an issue that you want people to talk about, find someone who is competent on that issue and go to the person and let the person, invite the person. You'll be flattered that you have come to him. Then after he has given his opinion, you can generate a discussion of it. The country needs discussion because things are moving very fast and things are difficult. Inflation all over the world, there is hunger here and there. And in this country, we are sitting on one of the worst man-made disasters we can think of, which is Galamsey. That the people of this country, with all their culture and knowledge, will turn River Nkommo into a chocolate-faced river. Brim, where I was reared in Achimabwakwa, you can't drink it. Last weekend I was at Esiakwa. We used to have Supon, Trafo, and Brim. So they now take water from the ground. And even that is not good enough. And so people I saw were drinking sachet water. You know.
And the media is not doing that much. Let's compare it to the past when you were the editor of Daily Graphic. Was it the same situation then? Were the reportage mostly about politics, or they were a bit different?
I wish we were doing this at my house, because I would show you an article I did. There was a small village called Insutem. It lies between two rivers, Brem on this side and Supon on that side. And both rivers flooded at the same time, and the people's houses were underwater. And I heard about it. So I sent a chap to go and report it. We put it on the front page. The Minister of Rural Development took a helicopter to that place to see for himself, and he got in touch with his housing people, and they built a new township for Insutem. That new township you see there as you are going to Kumasi, before you reach Usima, was built as a result of the Daily Graphic's efforts. We did all manner of things. As I say, I don't have the evidence here. So. But the point is, what is important? To discuss the family affairs of somebody, whether he's having an adulterous relationship with someone or other, or is that important? You are sitting here, your children and their children are going to have to import water if you are not careful, because given climate change also, what we are doing to the rivers will worsen. And as you say, you pick up the newspaper and it's as if nothing is happening in the world. I can't believe it. And there are people here who call themselves journalists. They actually formed a journalist of concern about Galamsey. I don't know why they formed it, I wasn't here. But whatever they formed it for, when they achieved it, it's gone. Nobody is doing anything about it any longer. And yet, if you go to Brim today, if you go to Nkommo today, you go to Tano, they are all still being polluted by the Galamsey people.
With the kind of journalism we are practicing now, I have heard from a number of journalists who are saying, well, why do you complain about the kind of content that we have? Because we need to sell. And if you look at the UK and other places like the US, we have a lot of the media focusing on the personal lives of people and following people about to talk about the adulterous issues and those things because they sell. Do you think we should be at that level at this time?
No, the point is they are lying. If you put on the television on CNN right now, you find fire in California. There is fire also and floods in Kentucky. Here am I sitting in Accra. I know all about it. Why? Because that is the media. They see life in danger and they deploy resources to cover it. They interview the people who should be alleviating the pain of those who are suffering, and so on and so forth. So they are just lying that it's because of lack of interest that they are not covering this story. It's not true. People know that they must drink water. We have a proverb which shows that even animals appreciate water. Say, or the chinyame. When a chicken dips its beak in water and gets water to drink, it raises its head up and says thank you to God. Water is the most important thing in life. You know, you can starve yourself for maybe a week, you won't die. There are people who starve themselves for weeks and months. But starve yourself for water for even 48 hours and see what will happen to you. It is absolutely incontestable that what we are doing to ourselves in this country is shamelessly stupid. And what annoys me most is that they allow Chinese people to bring excavators and chamfer machines to turn our rivers upside down. But go to China, go and see the Yangtze River, go and see the Yellow River, and so on. You dare not pollute it. They will shoot you. You know. But here we are, important political personalities boast of making $1 million a day from Galamsey. If he had said that in China, he wouldn't be alive today.
What percentage of blame would you give the media? And what role can the media play in this kind of situation?
The media is supposed to be impartial. Politicians are worried that if they clamp down on Galamsey, the people will not vote for them. Fair enough. But the media have to remind them that your vote is important. People voting for you is important. But what will happen if they have no water to drink? For your own sake, in your own interest, you have to pay attention to this issue. Because you imagine that a person walking along the street, say your houseboy, is buying water sachet for 40 pesos each. Today he will buy, tomorrow he will buy. Next week, where will he get the money? And what water are people using to wash their clothing, to bath, and so on and so forth? So the whole idea is just too ridiculous for what. People are embarrassed that they are being told. They are so stupid. As a result, they invent these spurious arguments that, oh, if we put in only Galamsey, people will not buy our media. Politicians will be angry with us and so on. The media has to assess the situation. See, we cannot allow this. The flooding in Ghana, we make a lot of noise about it. It is now going down a bit. You have to, people, a minister will go to his office and find about 400 people waiting for him. They want jobs, they want this, they want that. So by the time he gets home, he's not thinking about Galamsey. If he's thirsty, they bring him water from the fridge. He doesn't know. But we know. And if we don't know, we must find out.
So, with the level of disinterest, if I can call it that,
absolutely,
amongst from the media and even the general public in these important aspects of the society, do you think there is a brighter future as compared to the past? Because we've also seen a different level of issues and problems in the past, from the 60s through the 70s, 80s, and the issues of today, with all our digital improvements and the transformation, and we see the problems deepening. Is there any difference that you expect?
There can be a difference if the journalists wake up, because when they wake up, they wake others up.
So the first point of call is journalists?
Yes.
Okay.
You probably have heard that Thomas Jefferson said that, given freedom of the press and no government, I would prefer to have freedom of the press and no government. It is as high as that, because if you don't know about the issues, how are you going to vote for someone? And if you don't vote for someone, who is going to govern? So it is important that the journalists wake up, and if the politicians don't allow themselves to wake up, you kick them in the butt so that they will wake up.
But the journalists own, the politicians own a lot of the media houses.
That is true. I was dismissed as editor of the Daily Graphic because I said something the government of that day didn't want.
Do you remember what you said?
Yeah, 1970. Professor Busia, the Prime Minister, wanted Ghana to engage in dialogue with South Africa. apartheid, you know, where a man's skin determines his fate in life. And I said, no, we can't do this. We have to help the blacks in South Africa to overthrow the whites so that they will all become equal. And I published this and I ran a campaign in a government-owned newspaper because I believed that the government was holding the papers in trust for the people. So the people's interest was that. And I did other things like what I told you about the water.
Yes.
And I was dismissed. I knew I might be dismissed, but who am I compared to 30 million black Africans in South Africa? Their interest.
So you knew you would lose your job for doing that, and your subordinates agreed, and then they implemented the campaign.
Oh, well, as an editor, I write an editorial, how can you not publish it? No, I did it. But the important thing is this, that the journalist of intelligence doesn't put himself above the people. Even now, that was 1970. How many years now? 50.
That's
50.
about, over 40 years.
People still remember what I wrote and what I did. And it's there for the records so that people can see that you don't say that person owns this medium and therefore I can't use it to say what I think. If you couldn't think, he wouldn't have employed you. Okay?
Yeah.
And if he employs you and he doesn't respect your intellect, then who is he? You have to be challenging these ideas all the time. Definitely be respectful, explain yourself, and let people know why you did or you are doing certain things. But to say that, oh, my boss wouldn't like this, so I won't use it, when you know that it's in the interest of the people, it's a different matter altogether.
So you resigned from GBC, you went to Drum.
Yes.
You resigned from Drum.
Yes.
Went to Graphic, and you were fired from Graphic.
Yes.
We'll continue the story after this break. We are speaking with Cameron Dodu. Is a legendary journalist, writer, novelist, and everything you can think of in the media, a broadcaster as well. My name is Ismail Akwe. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Cameron Dodu, and we spoke about how you were fired from Daily Graphic. Were you hurt by it?
Oh yes, I mean, editor of the largest paper in the country. And also, my argument was quite simple. All I said was, Mr. Prime Minister, in South Africa itself, the media are reporting that the African countries which are on the side of the white minority regime are being paid money. Ufwe Boigny in the Ivory Coast, and you are his friend. And so people will put two and two together and say that maybe they are giving you money. Malawi is opening an embassy there. We know that Dr. Banda has got money from them, or he intends to get money from them. So don't do that. Ghana has a name which the black South Africans respect because we used to train some of their guerrilla warfare people. Now, if they hear that Ghana is engaged in dialogue with the white minority regime, they will be hurt. And even those who want to fight and die for their country will be detailed, say, oh, we have no hope. So please don't do it. And you fire me for that. Thank God for it. I have that history.
Yeah.
And Nelson Mandela was eventually released from prison. I went to the inauguration when he became president.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw my work bearing fruit, you know, and that is important.
Yeah.
It was one of the proudest moments of my life.
So what happened right after Graphic? What did you do next?
Well, whilst I was before I even joined the Graphic, I was correspondent for the Financial Times of London and also for the Volkskrant in Amsterdam and other people. Yeah. So I never ever felt that I should fear. If you fire me from the Daily Graphic, I have the Financial Times, and eventually I even moved from there to the Sunday Times, a very rich newspaper, and then from Sunday Times to the Guardian, and so on. So I have faith in myself that my talent can be appreciated by other people. And can you imagine? Here am I, Ghanaian, no degrees or anything, and my byline appears in the London Times, the London Sunday Times, the London Observer, the Volkskrant Amsterdam, Ons Vereld and others. Oh, yeah.
And all of them were getting different stories.
Absolutely.
Not the same story across the papers.
That would be stupid because they read.
Yes.
They read on another. So I managed.
And they paid as well.
Very well. And they paid expenses. For instance, I was sent to Gambia by the Sunday Times. I was sent to Liberia to cover those schools and other places. They didn't know what stories are. And all they want is a good story. And thank God I had the preparation for that. You know, GBC and other drama and so on taught me how to write.
So at what point did you decide to live in London? Is that where you lived, London?
That was in 1983.
Okay.
I reported the murder of the judges, 3 judges and a retired army officer, for Focus on Africa on the BBC. They were suppressing the news as it came out of the special, not tribunal, special commission that was investigating the murders under Justice Azukra.
At the time you were in Accra?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, because they owned the Daily Graphic, the Daily Graphic wasn't publishing what was going on.
Yes.
Ghanaian Times, Duka. But by 3, 4, 5 o'clock, I was on the BBC reporting on it for Focus on Africa. And I was called by someone and told, be very careful, otherwise we shall even prevent you from sending stories because we control the external telephone service and the telex.
Yeah.
And I got other hints. One day I was having a pee in a public place in a restaurant. Somebody came there, I don't know who he was. He just looked at me and said, "Camera, are you still in this country?" Before I could say anything, he gone. Who was he? What had he heard? And I knew that in those days you could just vanish.
Yeah.
Not only that, but during that time, my son was driving my car and he had a mysterious accident at a crossroads.
In Accra?
In Accra. The car was a write-off. It's very lucky that he wasn't hurt. But if they were picking on my family. So I've been through it. But Allah is there looking after me and I've done my little bit.
So at what point did you decide to move to London? And did the BBC support you in moving?
No. I was a freelance. You don't have a
Okay.
contract.
Yeah.
I just turned up there, and then I began to write for, you see, my freelance outlets.
Did you move with your family?
Eventually, they joined me.
Okay.
But I spent 34 years abroad.
34 years?
Yes, 34 years, and I regret it because if I had been here, maybe I could have made a lot of difference.
Yes.
But anyway, I was writing about Ghana anyway, 4 overseas newspapers and media, and some Ghanaians were exposed to my ideas.
Yeah. So the whole 34 years was for the fear of your life, because you could be attacked.
I was.
Where?
You have an accident, your car is written off. There were times, one day I was going to Tema, And I was followed all the way to Tema and all the way back. But I wanted to see what they would do. So they were laying the motorway extension, Spintex Road and so forth. And I used to ride horses around that area, so I knew where the paths were. So on the motorway, I just moved straight. And I went straight to the castle under the regime of Flight Lieutenant Rollins.
On a horse?
No.
Okay.
After
yes.
I drove and they couldn't find me.
Yeah.
I was with someone important there discussing this issue when the person who had lost me came to report to him that he had lost me. Then he saw my face, I swear. He broke into hysterical laughter.
Wow.
He just couldn't control himself. Yeah. You think you can get me? I'm sitting here with your boss. Let him kill me today.
Oh.
And nobody can do anything to you if you haven't done any, you haven't made any mistake.
So the threats were glaring.
I didn't invent anything from the story about the judges. I wrote what was said by the witnesses and the judges and so on. You should kill me for that. What have you done? The record is still there.
Wow. The threats were very glaring and you ran for your life. However, you came back.
Yes.
So at what point did you return? When did you return permanently to Ghana?
2016-17.
Okay.
Yes.
And what informed your return at that time?
Oh, I was getting old. My children were being completely estranged from Ghana. They were all educated abroad, most of them. And also, the atmosphere was good. I wanted to come back earlier, but preparation is important. At my age, you don't go and hang around on somebody's premises and so on. So I took my time, prepared, and I came back. That's why I've been able to continue to GhanaWeb.
Yes. And are you happy?
Right now?
Yes.
No. Because of this Galamsey situation, I'm not happy. I would be lying if I said I was. Look, we have a country in which the president said, I would rather lay down my office than allow Galamsey to continue. But his powers are limited. Some people in his own party are boasting that they can make $1 million a day from Galamsey. If you read the Daily Guide, there was a column by somebody called Bauer recently, and he will explain to you how the NPP national elections took place and what happened there. This is in black and white. We cannot continue this thing. The rivers are crying, the people are crying. There are so many diseases we don't hear about, because of the way that chemicals are transmitted through the water to our people. There was a major story, I think you published it, but I can't remember, saying that there were babies being born without eyes and noses. You live in this country, you are a journalist, and you see a thing like that and you let it go. You don't discuss, you don't write editorials about it, nothing. What kind of people are we? What kind of journalists do we have? God is not coming from up there to save us from our own stupidity about the way that we use our water. He gave us the water, and that was enough. And in some countries, they look after the water. So I sit here and I look and say, after all that we have done, boasting in the foreign media that Ghana is a great country, this and that, and we ruin our own water, the water we drink. How can you be proud of yourself?
Have you met the president already?
Yes.
And you spoke to him about some of these things?
Yes.
But I'm sure you didn't get any
well,
response.
He did his bit, but the point is, as I said, the president said it publicly to everybody. His party people know that he has said it, and that is his policy. They increase the penalty for galamseyers a lot. And they are still doing it because he cannot control all of them in the regions, in the districts, and in the villages. So that is why he needs help. He needs our help to awaken those people. The people who go to GhanaWeb every day, they must get a message that something is very, very wrong in Ghana.
Yeah. Now let's talk about family. How many children do you have?
I have, thank God, 6 children.
6 children.
Yes.
Yes.
2 girls and 4 boys.
And they are well educated and everything. Yes. And do you have a wife currently?
I used to, but unfortunately, my wife passed away.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I haven't married, and if you have a nice young sister or a nice young girl somewhere you want to introduce, I'll be very grateful.
That's quite interesting. So now let's talk about the autobiography. I'm sure we would have read a whole lot if it was completed. And you are saying it would take some years. Why would it take some years? Where have you reached?
I want it to be my last testament.
Yes.
And so it needs time. And I want it to be very, very good. You know my standards.
Yes.
I want to write a fantastic book.
So is it about style or context?
All
of it.
Yes, I want to leave Ghana a very good book, starting from way back.
Yeah. So what's
and also to inspire the young people, because as I've told you, I didn't go to secondary school.
Yes.
I've told you I didn't go to journalism school, and my standards has reached overseas, not only Ghana. So it means it can be done.
Yeah.
And those kids and young people who are saying that, oh, I don't have money, this and that, it's not an excuse. I passed my GCE levels through private study at home with a candle. There was no electricity. And I passed GCE level in 15 months. So my mates who were in secondary school were still in secondary school when I passed my GCE. Then I got the job, and gradually, God helped me, it went well. So people can pick themselves up.
That's quite some great words. Before we leave, I just want to ask you one thing. Who is your favorite writer?
It's very difficult, but since did you say you read philosophy?
Psychology.
Psychology. Yes. Have you heard of Bertrand Russell?
Yes, I have.
He's one of my favorite writers. He's very, very good.
Okay, who do you admire a lot in, in the African writers that we have? I know you did something with Wole Soyinka.
Yes, and also Chinua
Achebe, yes.
And Ayikweyama, don't forget.
Yes.
Those are all very, very good writers.
But you can't say you have a favorite.
Well, it really doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because Wole Soyinka writes plays, Chinua Achebe writes novels, Ayikweyama writes novels. Which genre am I going to pick my favorite from?
Yes.
But I like all of them, and I like good writing. Before we leave, I must tell you this. Adjoa Yeboah-Ferry, who is a columnist for the Daily Graphic, has just published a novella. Very, very small. It's only about 60 pages, but it is fabulous. And I'm sure that she will continue and write a bigger book. But I read everything I can get.
Everything.
And
That's a great advice, and we are very grateful that you honored our invitation to have a discussion with us on your life, and also to share your own ideas and some advice on how to go about journalism in general, and also how the country should be headed. Because you write, and we would have a discussion about giving you a very special place on GhanaWeb so that you could contribute more and help in solving the country's situation. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV, and my name is Ismail Okwe. Before we leave, we have a citation for Mr. Cameron Dodu, And this citation is from the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, which was held last year. Ghanaians said they like Cameron Dodu, they follow his writing, and he writes for almost every platform you can think of. You don't use a typewriter, or you've used it before?
A-Wahi, B-Wahi.
You used to do A-Wahi, B-Wahi, or you've improved?
Yeah. Well, I can write fast, but
yes.
That's only because I've been doing the same thing for a long time.
Yes.
But I have about 5 laptops.
5 laptops. And do you use a smartphone?
Yes, indeed.
You do? You do? Oh, okay. That means you are abreast of the current trends and...
well, you probably don't see too much of what I do for GhanaWeb, but I often tell them, please accept this correction.
Yes.
For what I do. I'm always critical of myself. I'm trying to know.
How many times do you edit your stories?
It depends on the mood and the time. If I'm fatigued, I may make mistakes. And one thing that I hope I can tell you from GhanaWeb sake is that you should employ good proofreaders.
Yes.
Because even the best writers make mistakes because of deadlines and things of that sort. And you see that when you are rereading what you have said, there are mistakes in it which escaped you at first. And they haven't spotted it.
That's
so
true.
Please, if my visit to you today can encourage you to employ very good proofreaders,
yes.
I'll be very happy. And I know that I'll come home.
That's really true, and I think your advices are well noted, and we're going to implement them at GhanaWeb because we serve the nation in our own small way or big way, as others who are online say. They say we are the biggest, so we have more responsibility than other people, and that's why we are not coerced by any force or any authority. However, importance should be placed on quality and also on responsibility, which is something we'll do. So this is a citation for you, and it comes with a photograph. I mean, it's a digital painting, and I don't know if you would agree whether it looks like you or not. Let me just take this off. Okay. So this is it. It's a citation with an image there. I don't know if that's you when you were younger.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much too.
I'm very grateful.
So let me show this to the camera.
Okay.
So it says, citation in honor of Cameron Dodu, in grateful recognition for your outstanding contribution to journalism and media freedom. You are an embodiment of excellence. GhanaWeb appreciates you for your service to Ghana. You will forever remain in our good books. So this is from the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards organizers and also from GhanaWeb to you. And we thank you very much for your service. Thank you very much.
I feel very much at home.
Yeah.
Intellectually, I've been with GhanaWeb for a long time.
For a long time, yes.
Almost since you began.
Yes.
So this is extremely well appreciated. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. So this is the end of our show today. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Be safe.
Coming up on this edition of BizTech, we engage a young engineer who is using recycled waste to build battery packs for power supply, meant for households and communities. Robert Insel, CEO of eCycle Ghana, talks about his journey on BizTech. You don't want to miss out.
I used to feel like having what I can't afford. So they
like what?
They say your mom bought you a kit car.
Yeah, okay.
I can't buy it. I have to get some shit on my own to go to a shop, get some motorways, come and bind together to get whatever you want. We need light to play at night in the village. I have to get light for it. So we're using somewhat recycling it. We are trying to eliminate different ways from our environment. Eliminating it has a lot to do before we can achieve what we want. So we that's when we come with the power storage system. It's really easy when you turn around and in Ghana, all roofs are empty, no solar panels, there is sunlight. But even the developed countries like China and others, they are trying to build solar plants, but they don't have enough sun. Ghana, we have, Africa, we have more sun than we have.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
We are in to pay bills. Nobody can say you will not pay bills. You can't do that. You can't use electricity and say I will not pay bills.
The never-ending impasse between the Electricity Company of Ghana and residents of the Krobo area for over the past 2 weeks has resulted in the cut of power supply to the entire Krobo land. Today, on this special episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, we are in the Krobo municipality to speak to some residents and to find out from them how we got here. This is Say It Loud with me, George AEC. The people of Krobo land, just like any other Ghanaian community, enjoyed electricity supply until 2014, when the business relationship between residents of the area and the Electricity Company of Ghana took a different turn. The issue that brought it up, overbilling.
So from 2014 to 2017, a committee, Kofi Asare committee, also stated that 2014, 2017, that bill should be cancelled. There is a chart with ECG also show that that bill is refencing. There is difference between cancellation and refencing. Refencing means maybe tomorrow you can bring that thing out, that this is your debt, you will pay. But my understanding, from 2018 to 2022 or 2021, they are given 5 years period to pay. Now, our concern, major concern is, if I Nene Sakino, this house, I own a debt. I must know that maybe I own 20,000 Ghana cedi on my meter. So by giving me prepaid, maybe you will be taking 5 cedi. Anytime I buy prepaid. Then I know that by 1 year, that bill will be clear from the system. So that after 1 year, if you are still charging me, then I have to find out why you are doing so. If that thing having been done, and you say I own you, without knowing the history of my meter, the amount that I own on my meter, which means if 30 years, and you say you are taking that debt, I have nothing because you say I owe you. I didn't know the actual amount. You just summarize everything that the Krobos own 160 million Ghana cedi. 160 million Ghana cedi. Every meter, we have to know, technically, we have to know the amount that every meter consumes. If that has been done, because there are some new meters which have been given to people, even they are not operating yet. Those meters, there is no debt on it. They will be removed them and fees prepaid, which means those meters also will pay a debt.
We were paying bills until 2014, overbilling started. You said maybe this shop pay 50 cedis a month. All of a sudden, 5,000 start coming. 1 meter, one shop, 3,000, 2,000. So abnormal bills. So when we started the noise, they themselves accepted that it was an error, a mistake. So what do? You come and sit with the people. These same mistakes they are demanding, because you said it was an error. Later you say I should come and be paying small. Where do you done that? And that thing started 2014 till date. UCG does not come and sit with the people to see suggest how the thing. They will go to maybe the paramount chief. When they go to the paramount, whatever the paramount chief will say, then they took it like that. But the paramount chief doesn't, excuse me, so he doesn't pay bill for me. I am the victim. I'm your customer. ECG, you are my customer. So come to me. Since 2014, since the demonstration 2014, they stopped bringing in bills. So they accumulated the bills. Then they came and they say we should pay all. I can't pay like that.
About 5 years ago, when this thing happened, it started with overbill. So when the overbill came, we tried to solve it. We couldn't. Anytime we make effort to solve the problem, we couldn't solve it. So that's till now, that problem is still there.
Why is the problem not being solved? Is it that you are refusing to understand the position of the ECG, or the ECG is refusing to understand the people of Kobo?
The ECG, they don't want to understand us. They want us to do what they want, but they don't want us to do what we want.
And what is it that you want?
The prepaid is not the problem. When there's no problem, when the prepaid come, we accept it. But now there's problem, so you have to solve the problem first before the prepaid.
People speculate that the people of Krobo do not want to pay any light bills, but the power is not our family property. We never had any issues since 1969, when electricity was first brought to this area. But from 2014 to 2016, we're receiving bills as much as 8,000 Ghana cedis. Imagine an old lady at home being asked to pay a bill of 8,000 Ghana cedis. So we said no. From 1969 to 2014, we have never received such bills.
1969, ever drew 2014. Let them massa.
We have asked that we investigate and find a solution, but now they are insisting on introducing the prepaid meters. But we are also saying we won't accept the prepaid meters because it is a ploy to have us pay for the debt.
To find a lasting solution to this, ECG has sought to replace all the existing postpaid meters in the area with prepaid meters, but this has been met with resistance from residents.
I can't believe all of a sudden we didn't know they bring in soldiers. The meter, the last time I checked, that meter in my house belonged to me. My name on it. So when you want to change that meter, you have to talk to me and tell me the reason you are changing the meter. I should accept before you take it off. You can't put gun on me and say, because I saw a military man handing gun, you have to take my meter off, then you feel prepaid for me. We don't do that. They don't respect us. ECG doesn't respect us. We are in to pay bills. Nobody can say you will not pay bill. You can't do that. You can't use electricity and say I will not pay bills. We don't say that. We are paying until they started overbilling. The whole issue started with overbilling. I know a house around my house. I can take you there. They gave me 40,000 a household. 40,000. 40,000 house, not a mortuary or not a mock or maybe some company house, self-contained. He lived in the house with the wife and the kids. 40,000. He made a move to the ECG office. They said he should wait. He should be coming and be paying small. Wow.
So on what principle are you refusing to accept the prepaid?
Because of the overbill. That's why we don't want to accept the prepaid.
You are just asking that that debt be cancelled.
That's what all of us we are expecting. When the debt cancelled, when they bring the prepaid, we are going to accept it.
It is the overbilling that has resulted in all of this. Before this overbilling issue, we were paying electricity bills from the Kwame Nkrumah era till date.
Ever since generation, we are paying light bill. We have been paying. So when this thing started, this overbill, that caused the whole problem. Understand?
Amidst security and safety concerns for their staff, ECG has cut power supply to Krobo since July 27. This has had a significantly devastating effect on both social and economic activities.
Look at how people are suffering. Innocent people are suffering. Students are suffering, hospitals are suffering, and market women and myself. You see my shop, because I work with the fitters, the welders. Because of the light, my shop is down now.
We are suffering because we don't have lights now and we have to use generators. We use up to 3 gallons of a petrol a day before we are able to make ends meet. It has become a problem for us in Nkommo land, and we know our customers do not have money to even get haircuts.
So have you increased your price?
Yeah.
I have now increased my prices. I used to charge about 7 cedis for a haircut, but it's now 10 cedis because of the fuel cost.
You say that because of that people are not coming that as they used to.
Because the money.
Patronage is also low because businesses have come to a halt because there's no money in the system. As a result of this, when they come, they ask for a reduction in a 10 cedi charge.
So if this continues for some time, how do you envision this is going to affect you? It's already affecting you, but going forward, if the light still doesn't come, how is it going to impact you?
It will greatly affect us because a lot of the folks have now relocated to villages and other towns. If the light do not come back on soon, it will greatly affect us. Drivers have also not been spared from the impact of this. Before the power cut, we had passengers traveling from Accra to purchase items including frozen fish. Now we travel in empty cars. We don't get passengers to pick because they complain they do not have power to even preserve their goods.
Dodo na first na ya ko form buy na omo wo fridge omo na omo use light no beto omo nya mfaso adechi omo sa be kwa akra asa goto enam no bi anasa ashama anasa tema enso light ni we obia ntukwan biom. My
wife sells fish, but she has to stop because of the cost of fueling a generator, which has become very expensive.
You can see everywhere is dry. Nobody is around to work with. So there's problem.
Talk about your customers. I mean, how is it really affecting you?
Really, it's affecting us because without the customers, we can't do anything. Without the customers, we can't work, we can't do anything. And we come and stay from morning to night, nothing is happening. Then all of us will go home and come the next day. While almost a week now, nothing is happening.
When the girl chop money, everything upset. Even cry, our wife cries, you stop everything for us. So we need light. Yeah, immediately. Anything we solve that problem.
How much do you go home with a day?
Sometimes if I'm going home, I get 500, 600. And right now, if I'm going, nothing.
From 500 to 0.
Yes, sir. When you have 0, you don't get nothing. Because for 6 months, we know the job yet. That money all finished. Yes, sir. So we back.
Do you have children?
Oh, really? My wife and children, they're all here.
How is this situation affecting you at home?
Hungry. We are hungry, seriously. We don't have anything to eat. Children will be crying. They'll go to school. They'll come back in the evening. Nothing. Daddy, where's our food? We don't have, because there's no light. We are in the darkness. From 6 o'clock, we see everybody running to go and sleep because we don't have light. So it's affecting us seriously.
Not even providers of essential services have been spared from the power cuts. The St. Martin de Porres Hospital in Agomenya handles over 300 patients at its OPD alone on a daily basis. The medical superintendent at the hospital, Dr. Stephen Kosi, told us how the facility has been getting by.
I think since the power outage, we have been running full services 24/7. We've been running our OPD, our inpatients, our maternity has been working fully, antenatal, children's ward. We've been doing all our elective cases and emergencies. I think that we're all hoping that the power will be restored so that we can go back to using power from ECG. We as clinicians have still been working, but then as management we realized that the generator, which is a very old generator, has been working 24/7 since this outage, and the fear is that if this generator kaputs, if it goes off, then that will be the end of our clinical service, because we are a fully digital institution. All our OPD, inpatients, pharmacy, lab, everything is fully automated, which means that we are completely and utterly dependent on power. So power from ECG obviously is the best choice, but in the absence of that, we're using our generator 24/7. Our old generator has been providing the power, but then we realized that if this generator kaputs, then that will be the end. And then also considering how much fuel we have been using, 5,000 cedis every single day to run this 24-hour service, it is simply not sustainable.
The hospital, despite managing to operate, is on the brink of a shutdown.
Management has decided that then we will need to reduce the amount of fuel that we spend, and then also the generator also needs to be put off a bit to rest, because if this generator goes off, that is the end of all clinical services in the facility. So that is where we are right now. It is not as if we are no longer running. We are still running a full 24/7 service. It's just that after 2 o'clock, we let the fuel get finished, and then we have to let the generator rest a bit. But then currently we are running a full service. OPD is working, our inpatients are also working. I think that this is not sustainable. Looking at the fact that we are not getting any proper communication from anybody in terms of ECG or the powers that be, we don't know how long this is going to go for. But then as clinicians, we need to advise ourselves, as management, we need to advise ourselves and know how to manage the institution prudently. Because if this generator should kaput, then that is it. St. Martin's will have to close down permanently.
The situation, according to the medical superintendent, is gradually having a toll on the morale of staff at the hospital.
It is obvious that if you live in a community where power has been off continuously for 2 weeks, where you cannot preserve your food, where you are scared to go out after 6 p.m., then you come to work grudgingly, but then you still have to come to work. And I think that if it continues to go on, we'll have some agitation, because you cannot continue to always come to work and then you go back home, there is no power to do anything at all at home. Okay, you cannot preserve your food, you cannot do anything at all, and it is, of course, the heat is also very, very unbearable. So the security situation is more of a priority to management. Because of that, I believe we've changed a lot of their schedules to make sure that nobody is traveling within the community to come to work after 6 p.m. Those doing night duty are here by 6, and by 6 a.m. then they go back home.
Back in the towns, residents are keeping up with the situation by charging their phones and LED lights with generators at a fee. This proves an income-generating venture for some entrepreneurs. However, even those cashing in from the situation say they wish power will soon be restored to save their community from crisis.
We have been managing for the past 3 weeks. This is the business I started as a result of the crisis to make ends meet. If you charge a yam phone, it's about 3 Ghana cedis, and the touchscreens cost about 4 Ghana cedis. I charge the lamps for about 6 cedis.
The yam for yam 3 cedi. Okay. Get touch of 4 cedi.
Okay, so this will be the yam, what you refer to as the yam, and the smart ones
4 cedi.
The lamps are
6 cedis.
6 cedis.
Yeah.
Okay. And is it that you are happy that business is booming for you, or what?
I'm not doing this because I'm happy with our current predicament. Not at all. When people come, they ask for a reduction, but I cannot do that because of the cost of fuel at the moment.
Kobo land has always been said to be shining. However, the experience in the last 2 weeks has been different for indigenes and other residents, including essential service providers. What would usually be a bustling nightlife in the big towns of Kobo is now a silent, dark night. Amidst growing security concerns and the negative impact on socio-economic activities, the people of Kobo want power supply to be restored with urgency, while measures are taken to address the impasse about metering and bailing.
It hasn't been easy, my brother. I just got a new generator, it cost me 2,900 cedis. And then we are not working because there is no light, and the cost of fuel one of these days too, we cannot work with fuel. So I'm just waiting for 1 or 2 monies Momo so I can get to the station and get some fuel before I can start work. As you can see, I have a lot of things to work. This weekend there will be funerals around which I need to work for them, but yes, still I cannot do anything. So it's really not affecting us in our businesses. So we are pleading on the leaders so they should speak on our behalf, and we are also in need of the light so we'll be able to work peacefully.
Yes,
we are pleading with the government to intervene, so the old debt will be cancelled. We don't have a problem.
problem. But until that is done, we don't agree to any payment terms, and we are not also in favor of the
I think this situation has gone on for a very long time, and I believe that we have opinion leaders in the community, we have politicians, and as a facility, our mandate is only to take care of the sick that come to us. So we only plead to the powers that be, ECG, the politicians, members of parliament, to come together and restore power for us. We are only here to take care of those who are sick, our own brothers and sisters and those who live within the community. It isn't right that us doing this work, we go through such hardship. So that is my final word to them. They should please help us sort out this issue so that we can continue to preserve lives.
The Electricity Company of Ghana remains resolute that until the completion of its prepaid installation exercise and the safety of its employees guaranteed, it will not supply power to the people of Kobo. Residents of the area are also asking for the restoration of power before any form of engagement begins. This has been a special episode of Say It Loud with me, George AC. Special thanks going out to my camera person, Richard Van Der Poy, my driver, Bright Boatin, and our correspondent here at Kobo, Mr. Michael Obete, for hosting us. Bye.
On this edition of BizTech, we engage a young engineer who is using recycled waste to build battery packs for power supply meant for households and communities. Robert Inso, CEO of eCycle Ghana, talks about his journey on BizTech you don't want to miss out.
I used to feel like having what I can't afford. So they like what? They say your mom bought you a kit car.
Yeah, okay.
I can't buy it. I have to get some shit from my own. To go to a shop, get some motorways, come and bind together to get whatever I want. We need light to play at night in the village. I have to get light for it. So we're using somewhat recycle it. We are trying to eliminate the chemicals from our environment. Eliminating it has a lot to do before we can achieve what we want. So we decided to focus on where we are turning the waste into. That's when we come with the power storage system. It's really pity when you turn around and in Ghana, all roofs are empty, no solar panels, but there's sunlight. Or even the developed countries like China and others, they are trying to build solar plants, but they don't have enough sun. In Ghana we have, or Africa we have more sun than we have.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
It requires, above all, collective involvement, yourselves and the civilian population. If we are going to prevent any implantation of terrorist sector activity in Ghana, you cannot do it by yourself. You need the cooperation of the civilian population. So that has to be a very important part of your thinking and planning at all stages, how you can foster good relations with your civilian counterparts so that you can work together to protect all of us. Apart from the cooperation, we've also been trying to see to what extent we can undertake certain social interventions, especially in the border areas, so that we can also win the battle of the hearts and minds of the people living in these sensitive areas. And several things are being done in that respect. But it's all part and parcel of the thinking of what we need to do to make sure that Ghana is safe.
So that was President Kofi Asare addressing security chiefs in the Upper West region. Well, the president this morning is expected to take part in some events and activities. He will pay a courtesy call on the Wana, and then later will inspect ongoing works at the Youth Resource Center. Let's cross over now to WA and join our reporters who will be bringing us live updates from these two events. Wilberforce Asare is joining us from the WA Youth Resource Center, and Akwesi Nsia is also joining us from the Wanes Palace. Gentlemen, good to see you. Let me start with you, Akwesi. So describe to us the mood at the Wanes Palace ahead of the president's arrival.
Kwaku, the people of Wa, especially the Wa traditional area, yes, irrespective of the president as he arrives at the Wa Na Palace to pay homage to the overlord of Wa. And as I talk to you now, the people are really in anticipation for the arrival of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. All right, thank you very much, Akwesinsia. Stay there because we'll come back to you. Let's cross over now to Wilberforce Asare, who is joining us from the Wa Youth Resource Center. Wilberforce, we understand that the President will be inspecting the progress of work at this resource center. What more can you tell us about this facility? Well, we will get back to Wilberforce Asare. It appears he's not able to hear us now, but Wilberforce Asare is stationed at the Wa Youth Resource Center, where President Akufo-Addo will be inspecting the progress of work there on that facility. But right now, though, let's cross over back to Akwesinsia, who will be bringing us live updates from the Wa Ness Palace, where President Akufo-Addo is expected to pay a courtesy call on the Wa Traditional Council. He will also pay a courtesy call on the Wa himself. Just to go through some of the activities the President will be taking part in as he commences his tour of the Upper West region today. The President will be inspecting ongoing work at the Lambusi Agenda 111 project at Lambusi. He will also be paying a courtesy call on the Nandom Na, and will be cutting sword for the dualization of the Nandom Town Road. So these are the major events we're expecting to bring you live updates on with regards to the President's tour of the Upper West region, which has begun today. The President will be in the region again tomorrow. He will be taking part in other activities, which includes the inspection of ongoing work of the Wa Shopping Center, the Agenda 111 project at Isa, as well as the commissioning of the Kalio Solar Power Project, which is also in Kalio. So the President will actually spend 2 days in the Upper West region before he moves to the Savannah region. And then he will begin series of engagements there as well. So as you may be aware, the President is already in the Upper West region. He's expected to move to the Wa Ness Palace shortly, where he will pay a courtesy call on the Wa Na and engage with chiefs in the Wa Ness Palace. Later on, he will move to the Youth Resource Center at Wa, where he will be inspecting progress of work. We'll be bringing you all the interviews you need to know, and of course, some more information on these projects, and of course, these engagements involving the President. Stay with us. This is our special coverage of the President's regional tours. This is a production by the Ministry of Information, and it's live on GTV, Metro TV, City TV, Wuntumi TV, Adum TV. We're also streaming live on the Ministry of Information Facebook page. You're also listening to us on Asasi Radio. My understanding is that we are having a lot of media houses also carry this production live, and as we move on, we will acknowledge them. This is live, and it's from the Ministry of Information. All right, shortly we will cross over back to Wa and bring you the very latest there. Our men on standby. Let's go to Akwesinsia now, who is at the Wa Ness Palace. Akwesinsia is bringing us all that we need to know at the palace. As I did mention, Akwesinsia will be bringing us details of the courtesy call by President Akufo-Addo on the Wa Na. He will also be engaging traditional leaders there. We are told that there are a lot of people gathered at the palace, and then later he will move to the Wa Youth Resource Center. Right now, though, let's take a quick break. When we return, we'll be live in Wa. Do stay with us. Hello, good afternoon. It's Thursday, the 25th of August, 2022. Welcome to our special coverage of the President's regional tours. If you've been watching this channel, we've been bringing you live updates on President Kofi Asare's working tour to the Upper West and Savannah regions. That coverage began on Sunday, and today the President is expected to wrap up his tour of the Savannah region with two big assignments, which includes the inspection of Agenda 111 and Regional Health Directorate projects, as well as the inspection of the Fofoso Bonjai roads. That is at the Kusogu, and the Agenda 111 inspection will take place in Daboya. As I speak to you now, President Kofi Asare is already in Daboya, and he's been meeting with the chiefs and people there. Shortly, he will arrive at the inspection site for that first assignment, and we are bringing you live updates with our reporters on the ground to bring you the live feed wherever the President goes. This is a special production by the Ministry of Information, live from Accra. My name is Kweku Obeng-Eje. We're live on a number of TV stations, which include GTV, Adom TV, City TV, Metro TV, Wontumi TV, Netu TV, Wezo TV, Asasi Radio, and you're watching us on Facebook on the Ministry of Information Facebook page. Right now, though, let's take you live to these two sites where the President is expected to arrive for the inspection of the Agenda 111 and Regional Health Directorate projects, as well as the inspection of the Fofoso Bonjai Road. Our man Wilberforce Asare and Akwesinsia joins us from these two locations right now, and for us to interact with them. Guys, good to see you once again. Let me begin with you, Wilberforce. So how is the managers there preparing for the President's arrival?
So all is set here at the Daboya site of the Agenda 111 project. I quickly want to tell you a little bit about Daboya. Daboya is in the North Gonja district in the Savannah region, and it's a very growing district, I'm told, and a lot of things are happening here in the Daboya district, I should say. And so interacting with a few people here, I get to know that this Agenda 111 project is of major concern to them, because indeed they were one of the several districts in our country who were identified as not having health facilities. And so this particular project, which is taking place here, is of great importance to them. That's what I can tell you briefly about the Daboya. Again, I can tell you that all is set for the President to be received here, and so in our background you see that there are officials who have got there who are all anticipating the arrival of the President. He's currently interacting with the chief of the area, and after with his entourage to inspect the project. Told is about 15% complete. Kweku.
Wilberforce Asare, stay there because we will return to you shortly. Because you are in Kusogu, where President Kofi Asare will be inspecting the Fofoso Bonjai Road. What is the mood ahead of the President's visit?
Kogu, let me also welcome you to Yape Kusogu in the Savannah region. This is Honorable John Abdullah Jinapo, NDC MP for this constituency. This is his constituency, and this is where President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, is expected to inspect progress of work on the construction of a 71-kilometer road of Binjai to Fofoso. And I'm told that after completion of this project, is going to create an easy access from those traveling from Salaga to Damongo, which used to be 4.5 hours. It's now going to get to about 2.5 hours after its completion. Contractors on site are also telling me that they are also creating other easy access to even make it more than 71 kilometers. This road we are talking about actually is a virgin land, a seemingly forest that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, other his able leadership of his Road and Highways Minister, Honorable Kwesi Awaku-Attah, took it upon themselves to make it an easy access for those traveling from this long stretch of road from Salaga to Damango. This is actually going to also link the eastern part of the Savannah region to the western part of the region. All actually Kwaku is set now for the arrival of the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. As you can see behind me, construction of works also is currently ongoing on Kwaku.
And that is one of the most anticipating activity for the president today, even as he wraps up his tour of the Savannah region. We'll get back to you once the president arrives at Kosogo. But right now, though, let's go back to Wilberforce Asare, who is at the inspection site for the Agenda 111 and Regional Health Directory projects. President Kofi Asare, in some few minutes, will be arriving at this location to inspect work going on there. That is at Daboya, and Wilberforce is back with us. So Wilberforce, take us through what is going to happen when the president arrives.
All right, Kuku. So when President Kofi Asare arrives here, behind me you can see that there is a board that has been erected. The board has all the details as far as the project is concerned. It has the fact that it's a Government of Ghana Priority Health Infrastructure Project, Agenda 111 for the Daboya district, and also has some images in terms of pictures of the state of the work as we speak, what has been done over the period since they began. We are told that this project began about 8 months ago. I have been joined by two persons who have been with me throughout this trip as far as Agenda 111 projects are concerned. Dr. Nkommo Asare is government, or he's the presidential advisor on health, and also George Rekubrobe is the Zone 5 project consultant for Agenda 111 projects. Zone 5 because there are different zones, and George is responsible for the 5th zone out of the list of 8. Let me start with Dr. Nkommo Asare and to ask him quickly. He's been here for well over an hour, and I quickly want to ask him, having been here 1 hour before the arrival of the president, what are the details you have gathered about the Daboya Agenda 111 project?
Thank you very much. The details that Daboya is one of the 2 district hospitals in the Savannah region, and in addition we have the regional hospital which will be in Damango, which is yet to start. But the problem is that what I've seen here, there are 2 contractors here, seen a lot of materials on site. One of the contractors have done most of the platforms, and the other contractor is also filled the platforms. So far I think I'm a bit impressed because of the other conditions like rains and all sort of things. So far I think Daboya is not doing badly, but we are encouraging with the presence of the president for the contractors to do their best and make sure that the project is hastening and they will finish as quickly as possible.
Okay, so I'm going to continue the conversation with the consultant and also Dr. Nkommo Asare. But as we speak now, President of the Republic Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has just arrived here, and he is getting out of his travel vehicle so that he can be shown around and briefed as far as the project is concerned. And so the project and also the security detail are all by his car, and they are waiting to have the president out of his vehicle so that he can be briefed on the project. So this is the Agenda 111 project in the North Gonja district in the Savannah region. It is Daboya here in the Savannah region, and that is where the Agenda 111 project is situated. We were told by Dr. Nkommo Asare a while ago that the project is this particular project is going to be here in the district, the North Gonja district, but the regional hospital, which is yet to start, will be in Damango, which is the capital of the Savannah region. And so if you just tuning in, this is a live coverage of President Kofi Asare's tour of the Savannah region, and President Kofi Asare is currently here, and in your shot you can see that President Kofi Asare is in the company of his officials. He's been briefed by the project consultants and also by the contractors of the project. And so President Kofi Asare is walking towards the structures that have been put up here and is receiving a direct briefing on the state of affairs as far as the project is concerned. We are told that this particular facility is a 60-bed hospital, and when it is completed, it will have several options here. So there's going to be the maternity ward, there's also going to be the accident and emergency units, there's going to be the outpatients department, there's going to be a mortuary, there's going to be residential facilities for the hospital workers who will be working here, and the hospital supervisors will all be living on this 17-acre land which has been graciously given by the chief of Daboya for purposes of constructing this particular Agenda 111 project. And so President Kofi Asare is here and is being given a briefing on the state of affairs as far as the Daboya Agenda 111 project is concerned. After the briefing, it is possible that President Kofi Asare will take a closer look at the state of the project. We are told that the project now is about 15% complete, and there are two contractors who are working on this particular project, two Ghanaian contractors who have been awarded this contract. So there is the AA Karimo and Sons Limited. This is project consultant 1, project contractor 1 I should say, and project contractor 2 is the Bong Limited. And these two contractors, AA Karimo and Sons Limited and Bank Limited, are the two contractors who are working on this project. The project consultant, that is the consultant for Zone 5 of the Agenda 111 project, is Abic Engineering Limited. Abic Engineering Limited, and the project managers, the overall project managers, are the Hospital Infrastructure Group Limited, HIG. So HIG are the project managers. In fact, they are the project managers all of the Agenda 111 projects happening across the country, and they are the project managers who are responsible for ensuring that all the Agenda 111 projects across the country are constructed within the timelines that they have been given, and also making sure that once they are completed, they can be commissioned for use for the people who live here in Daboya and other parts of the country who are all benefiting from the Agenda 111 project. And so as I speak with you now, there is a detailed briefing going on. I can see that the President of the Republic is asking a few questions. The state of affairs here, and to put his voice as part of the voices that are calling for all local contractors who are executing this Agenda 111 projects to do same. So you can see that President Kofi Asare is just walking off the briefing and is having a chat with one of the contractors. And so yes, this is a live coverage of President Kofi Asare's tour the Savannah region. Today his stop is in Daboya in the North Goat district here in the Savannah region, and received a briefing on the Agenda 111 project which is taking place here in the Savannah region. Kofi Asare appears to be walking around and to see for himself specifically the things. He's waving at the workers who are here gathered, interacting with the workers and all that. And so yes, President Akufo-Addo appears to have a smile that perhaps tells me that he's received a good briefing about the state of affairs of the Daboya project, and the persons here all want to catch a glimpse of the president. They all want to see the president. I can see that President Akufo-Addo is being taken to the construction site proper. So he's climbed up onto the one of the construction sites where the substructure has been completed and pillars have even been raised. So he's currently on the substructure itself, for himself firsthand what is happening as far as the project is concerned. So yes, this is the president visiting the Daboya district in the North Gonja district of the Savannah region. I've been joined again by the project consultant for Zone 5, George Rekubrobe. So George, tell us quickly what went on while the president got here. What briefing has he been given?
The president was not exactly thrilled with the current progress of works, but we explained to him that the contractor has a lot of materials in sight, and it's likely that from this substructure level is likely going to move a lot faster. You know, he has a lot of platforms already mounted, about 7 out of the 28, and looking at the times that we had, it looks hopeful.
Okay, so quickly tell us the project now as we speak, what is the level of work that has been done?
Well, like I explained, there's about 2 contractors. There are 2 contractors who are executing the above works. The first contractor has done a lot more work. About 8 or 7 of the platforms have been done. The other contractor has a lot of the platforms with hardcore filling, ground beams done. So it's quite encouraging. Just that because of teething problems of electricity and procurement of materials, there's been some kind of a delay. But we're hoping that with the procurement of materials, as you can see that we have on site, a contractor would be a lot more diligent and work harder in the coming months.
We do know that this is a job creation avenue when you are constructing such facilities. Do we have an idea of how many young people have been employed working on this site?
In fact, before we began this construction, the DCEs and the MPs appealed to the contractors to employ a lot of the locals. So I think there's a 10% room for them where they employ a lot of the locals that help in the construction.
We have figures. Let's say you have about 100 people working here or 200. Is there any rough figure you can give us?
Oh, it's roughly about 50 people working here
who are directly employed. Okay, so you told us that President Akufo-Addo is not necessarily enthralled with the progress of work, but there is assurance because, of course, we can see that there are a lot of materials here which are going to be used. But what are the timelines? We know that this project is already about 8 months into its commencement. Are you going to review the timelines? Are you going to stick to the timelines? What kind of pressure are you going to give to these local contractors to do their work?
You know, if you remember from our initial interview, the special advisor on health said something about meeting with the consultants. We've also had meetings with the contractors and outlined the project deliverables as far as this project is concerned, and they are quite clear with regards to what they need to do. And we've also issued out warning letters so that if by the time that in 2 or 3 months' time we don't see significant progress in terms of the volume of work, in terms of the length of time that they're working, we'll have to recommend termination letters. But having said all of that, we think that there's hope, and the contractors are beginning to speed up progress. And like I said, a lot of emphasis is on the substructure works. Once that is done, the coming works would be a lot quicker.
All right, Kweku, so I've been interacting with George Rekubrobe. He's the project consultant for Zone 5 of all the Agenda 111 projects that are taking place across the country. There are 8 zones for all the 111 hospitals, and he is the consultant responsible for all of Zone 5. Zone 5 essentially comprises the hospitals that are being built in the Savannah region and the Upper East region and perhaps other places. But this is the one we've been interacting with. But we can tell you that President Kofi Asare has come to see with his own eyes the progress of work here at the Daboya site of Agenda 111. And even though he is not thrilled by the progress of work, he's been assured that with the level of materials that the contractors have purchased on site, we can see a lot of gravels, we can see a lot of sand, we can see a lot of iron rods and all that. There has the assurance that come the next visit, this project would have advanced beyond what it is now, probably beyond roofing level, so that they'll be thinking about electricals and also stocking the facility with the equipment that are needed. So Kweku, we will come back to you now as we bring the coverage here at the Daboya site of Agenda 111 to an end. My colleague Akwesi Insia will pick up the presentation from the other side of town, where President Kofi Asare is headed to inspect a road construction that is currently ongoing. Kweku.
All right, thank you very much, Wilberforce Asare, live from Daboya, where President Kofi Asare has just finished inspecting work on the Agenda 111 as well as the Regional Health Directorate project. So the President is on his way to Kosogo, where he will be inspecting the Fofosu Bandai Road. Don't forget, we have our men there stationed waiting for the President to arrive, and we'll be bringing you a live coverage of that as part of his tour of the Savannah region. Don't forget, that tour is ending today, and so we'll bring you a concluding part of the President's tour today in the Savannah region. Stay with us on this channel. This is a production by the Ministry of Information, live from Accra, and we are with the President wherever he is on this particular tour. We'll be back with more. Do stay with us.
Civilian population. So that has to be a very important part of your thinking and planning at all stages, how you can foster good relations with your civilian counterparts so that you can work together to protect all of us. Apart from the cooperation, we've also been trying to see to what extent we can undertake certain social interventions, especially in the border areas, so that we can also win the battle of the hearts and minds of the people living in these sensitive areas. And several things are being done in that respect. But it's all part and parcel of the thinking of what we need to do to make sure that Ghana is safe.
So that was President Kofi Asare addressing security chiefs in the Upper West region. Well, the President this morning is expected to take part in some events and activities. He will pay a courtesy call on the Wana, and then later will inspect ongoing works at the Youth Resource Center. Let's cross over now to Wa and join our reporters who will be bringing us live updates from these two events. Wilberforce Asare is joining us from the Wa Youth Resource Center, and Akwesi Insia is also joining us from the Wanes Palace. Gentlemen, good to see you. Let me start with you, Akwesi. So describe to us the mood at the Wanes Palace ahead of the President's arrival.
Kwaku, the people of Wa, especially the Wa traditional area, are just irreceptive of the President as he arrives at the Wa Na Palace to pay homage to the overlord of Wa. And as I talk to you now, the people are really in anticipation for the arrival of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
All right, thank you very much, Akwesinsia. Stay there because we'll come back to you. Let's cross over now to Wilberforce Asare, who is joining us from the WA Youth Resource Center. Wilberforce, we understand that the president will be inspecting the progress of work at this resource center. What more can you tell us about this facility? Well, we will get back to Wilberforce Asare. It appears he's not able to hear us now, but Wilberforce Asare is stationed at the WA Youth Resource Center, where President Kofi Asare will be inspecting the progress of work there on that facility. But right now, though, let's cross over back to Akwesinsia, who will be bringing us live updates from the WA Nurse Palace, where President Kofi Asare is expected to pay a courtesy call on the WA Traditional Council. He will also pay a courtesy call on the WA himself, just to go through some of the activities the president will be taking part in as he commences his tour of the Upper West region today. The president will be inspecting ongoing work at the Lambusi Agenda 111 project at Lambusi. He will also be paying a courtesy call on the Nandom Na, and will be cutting sword for the dualization of the Nandom Town Road. So these are the major events we're expecting to bring you live updates on with regards to the president's tour of the Upper West region, which has begun today. The president will be in the region again tomorrow. He will be taking part in other activities, which includes the inspection of ongoing work of the WA Shopping Center, the Agenda 111 project at Isa, as well as the commissioning of the Kalio Solar Power Project, which is also in Kalio. So the president will actually spend 2 days in the Upper West region before he moves to the Savannah region. And then he will begin series of engagements there as well. So as you may be aware, the president is already in the Upper West region. He's expected to move to the WANA's Palace shortly, where he will pay a courtesy call on the WANA and engage with chiefs in the WANA's Palace. Later on, he will move to the Youth Resource Center at WA, where he will be inspecting progress of work. We'll be bringing you all the interviews you need to know, and of course, some more information on these projects, and of course, these engagements involving the president. Stay with us. This is our special coverage of the President's regional tours. This is a production by the Ministry of Information, and it's live on GTV, Metro TV, City TV, Wontumi TV, Adum TV. We're also streaming live on the Ministry of Information Facebook page. You're also listening to us on Asasi Radio. My understanding is that we are having a lot of media houses also carry this production live, and as we move on, we will acknowledge them. This is live, and it's from the Ministry of Information. All right, shortly we will cross over back to WA and bring you the very latest there. Our men on standby. Let's go to Akwesinsia now, who is at the WANA's Palace. Akwesinsia is bringing us all that we need to know at the palace. As I did mention, Akwesinsia will be bringing us details of the courtesy call by President Kofi Asare on the WANA. He will also be engaging traditional leaders there. We are told that there are a lot of people gathered at the palace, and then later he will move to the WA Youth Resource Center. Right now, though, let's take a quick break. When we return, we'll be live in WA. Do stay with us. The project is, and essentially
when the project is completed, to what extent it is going to be of benefit to the people of Wa. And so I can tell you that, Coach Kweku, the project consultants, the architects, and all the engineers are currently holding a meeting. So across the standard FIFA field here, you will see that the engineers and all the others who matter are having a meeting, and in that meeting they are putting together their final thoughts and also final consultations ahead of the president's visit. So Kweku, I can tell you that here at the BK Adama Youth Resource Center, all is set. But right now, where I'm standing, you can see that the project consultants have put together the project architectural impression, and this is where the president is going to stand. They are going to be explaining to the president the scope of the project and also where they are as at now. Earlier on, when I was looking at the composition of the project, I counted about 16 different components of this particular project. And so by way of components, if I may go through them quickly before we cross over to my colleague Akwesi Insia at the Warner's Palace, where the president currently is, you are talking about a football layout football field and also a multi-purpose court which is going to serve as a volleyball court and also a basketball court. They also have a tennis court, and it's a 5,000 seater capacity stands that have been erected here. And so in your shot behind me you can see the VIP stand. It cuts across the entire scope of this particular project. Beyond that, there is also a car park facility. So there are about 3 different car parks that are part of the composition of this facility. And then also there is a hostel facility, there's a police quarters, there is also a sick bay, there is an equipment store, there is a bike parking area. And for me, the bike parking area is of interest because since coming to the Upper West region, virtually everybody here owns a motorbike, and so I would have been surprised if there was no motorbike parking area at this youth facility, because virtually everyone who is going to come to this facility is going to come with a motorbike. Very few people are going to come with a vehicle, and so that's one of the things that I noticed. Virtually every stand in this area has a washroom, and then there is also an administrative block. There is also an external cold water piping and firefighting layout here, and then there's a ticketing booth, and beyond the ticketing booth there is also other facilities here. Where I am standing currently, there is the tracking, the terrain tracking that is going to be constructed here as part of the KB Adama Youth Resource Center. So currently I can tell you that the security apparatus have started arriving here, taking their positions ahead of the president's arrival. We know that currently the president is at the Warner's Palace, where he's paying a courtesy call on the Warner Fuseni Seydou Pelpo. And so I will hand over back to you, Kweku, as we prep the action to the Warner's Palace.
All right, thank you very much, Wilberforce Asare, joining us live from the Wa Youth Resource Center, where President Kofi will shortly visit the facility to inspect progress of work. Let's now take you back to the Warner's Palace, where the president has arrived there, and activities to welcome him have already begun. We're bringing you live pictures from the Warner's Palace right now. So you're watching live pictures of President Kofi Asare's arrival at the Warner's Palace. The president is beginning his official tour of the region, the Upper West region, today, and the visit to the Warner is the first engagement the president is taking part in, after which he will be part of other activities, which I'll take you through shortly. But this live coverage is a production by the Ministry of Information. You're also watching this live on GTV, Adum TV, Metro TV, City TV. We're also live on Netu TV, Wezo TV, Asasi Radio, and of course you are also watching this live on our social media handle. There's a Facebook social media handle of the Ministry of Information right now. So as I did indicate, the President has arrived at the Warner's Palace, and we're watching live pictures there. Some customary rites being performed to welcome the President. We're made to understand that the President will make some remarks, and the Chief as well will also make some remarks at the Warner's Palace. Shortly we'll take you there and speak to our man bringing us all the updates and all that you need to know, Akwesinsia. He will be taking us through the itinerary for the President at the Palace. If you're watching on the screen, the President is seated together with ministers of state. We've seen chiefs who have been designated by the WANA to come and give the President a formal welcome, and that will also be replicated from the President's side together with his delegation. So we're watching live pictures from the WANA's Palace. The WANA's Palace where the President has arrived, and he is in a company with government ministers, DCEs and other officials. Don't forget that this is part of his 2-day working visit or working tour of the region. The President will be taking part in a series of activities. He will also be inspecting projects as well as cutting sword for the commencement of other projects. Just to take you through some of the activities specifically for today. So right from the courtesy call at the Warner's Palace, the President will be inspecting ongoing works on phase 2 of the Youth Resource Center at Wa. A while ago, you heard from my colleague Wilberforce Asare, who brought us all the details that we need to know. We will take you back shortly there. But the President later on will also be inspecting ongoing works on the Lambusi Agenda 111 project at Lambusi. That will also be brought to you live right here on this channel. The President will also pay a courtesy call on the Nandom Na at Nandom, and will later cut sword for the dualization of the Nandom town. Scheduled for the President today.
The way he's sitting is not proper, so I cannot switch to him. I cannot switch to President, please. The way he's sitting, I cannot switch to him. So right now they're talking and everything should be on Akwesi, please.
Pictures from the Warner's Palace where President Kofi Asare has arrived. The President is in the palace to pay a courtesy call on the WANA. As we can see on the screen, we have chiefs in the palace surrounding the WANA. We're made to understand that the President will make some remarks here at the palace. The chief is also expected to make some remarks, after which the President will move to the Wa Youth Resource Center, where he will be inspecting the progress of work at the center. So these are live pictures from the Warner's Palace. Don't forget, it is our special coverage of the President's regional tours. The President, throughout this week, will be visiting, or is in the Upper West region. From the Upper West, he'll be moving to the Savannah region. So these are 2 regions that the President will be working from throughout this week, and we'll be bringing you live updates, all the big interviews right here on this channel. This production is also carried live on a number of media platforms. And if you're watching us right now, you may be watching on GTV, Adum TV, City TV, Metro TV, Wontumi TV, Asasi Radio, Netu TV, and Wezo TV. We're also streaming live on the Facebook page of the Ministry of Information, so you can continue watching there. But shortly we'll take you back to the Warner's Palace, where activities have begun to welcome the President. We saw chiefs going around to greet the President and his entourage. We're expecting the President to make some remarks at the palace. The chief is also expected to make some remarks to the President and his team, after which the President will move, we're told, to his next point of action, which will be the Youth Resource Center in Wa. And we will take you there shortly, because our man Wilberforce Asare is stationed there to bring you all that you need to know about this facility. It's one of the many resource centers that the Ministry of Youth and Sports, through the National Youth Authority, is building to build the capacity and develop the skills of young people across the country. These facilities serves as leisure and, if you like, training centers for some of these young people, for them to develop their talents, especially in the field of sports. So shortly we'll take you back to the WA Youth Resource Center, where that activity will also take place. But right now, though, the president is still at the WANA's palace, where he's been received by the WANA and his chiefs. It is the first point of action for the president as he embarks on his 2-day working visit or working tour of the Upper West region. So stay with us here on this channel, because we'll be bringing you more that you need to know, all the
This area carries a lot of history. Seriously. A lot of history.
Seriously, because every junction or every street or even every house has a history behind it.
All of the stories that we know about the history of this country can never be told without the stories of the indigenous Gan people, the Gamashi people, who are made up of the people of Usher Town and then the Jamestown. This week's edition of People and Places gives you a hint of the story of the Gans. And one of the integral parts of the Gan people is their traditional chief, or the people we know as the Wulome. Today we speak with one of them, Nkommo Wo Ho III, who takes us around his community and gives us a hint about all that makes up the Gan people. And of course, to help us reshape some of the misconceptions that people have about the traditional priests. Welcome to this week's edition of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. The story begins right after this.
As I was saying, that place is called Nkommo Wo Ho, where we have the Nkommo shrine. But he said that an ancestor of mine, who is Nilomo, he brought it. So before the shrine itself was located at the Black Hole, that is where my shrine is.
The name of the place is?
Eventually to go.
The name of the shrine, Black Hole.
The shrine itself is Black Hole. The Blafo shrine.
Okay. What does the Blafo actually mean? Because I know you are Nkommo Blafo.
Yeah, I'm the Wulomo for the Blafo deity. But we'll come to that. Let me finish with this sacrament.
Okay.
So at the point, they said the one person who went to settle at where we now call Bese, the name is Bese. And he felt that, he needed some strong deities to support him in his endeavors. So he had to remove the Kole shrine and then the Sakmo shrine where they are currently. So the Sakmo shrine is located where we have the trees ahead of us.
Okay.
And Kole is somewhere around the Osha Port.
All right.
So as it is, I go there, and normally when the Sakmo run, is incapacitated or maybe he is busy, I do perform most of the rites there. Now when you come to Blackwood itself is not a god deity.
Okay.
It's a deity that was actually brought by the Apamus, because then they wanted a place to settle within the tribe. So I will show you that they are several people. So they said, okay, they gave the Blackwood to the guns as a surety for good behavior, you know, because we had some problems. This is one of my brothers and his partner.
Okay.
So, you know, we've had these Ghana wars in the 17th century.
Yes.
Why the Ghans had to leave where they were originally at Ayawasu to come and settle here. Okay. So when they came and they wanted also to trade with the whites directly, therefore they needed a place to settle. They had to give assurance that if we give them a place, they will not accept our authority, and then we go into that kind of war. So they gave the Blackwood to the Ghans as a surety of good behavior, which I am the rule of.
Okay.
Currently.
That's an interesting history there. So it was actually a gift from the Akwamus to the Gan people.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Currently, it is the Blackwood that celebrates the Yam Festival to open the way for all other shrines, for all other rites to be performed within the tribe.
This area carries a lot of history.
Seriously.
A lot of history.
Seriously, because every junction or every street or even every house has a history behind it. Every house has a history behind it. He's one of our friends here.
Okay. Boza. Ade was. There was a tell us about the history about this place, and that's something that I know, like you mentioned, in streets and then more or less communities. Tell us, how is it that this area came to be known like that? Because it's more or less like, and this is such a densely populated area.
Yeah. You see, every Gan has a family house within this Gamashi area. And Gamashi, when we're talking about Gamashi, comprises of Jamestown, Lacey, Alata, and then we have Osha Town, Pinka. Now, there's a road where you park.
Yes.
That's the Banaman Road. It's what divides the Osha Town and then Jamestown.
Okay.
But people refer to the whole area as Jamestown. And why is it called Jamestown and Osha Town? Because we have the Osha Fort just here.
Right at the coast. Yes.
And then we have the James Fort here. So you see the community took that name from the fort.
Oh.
James Fort, Osha Fort. So we have Jamestown and Osha Town.
Okay.
But then Jamestown comprises of Sempe, Malaysia Lasa, and then Akunade. Those are the three divisions in the Jamestown area. And then the Osha Town we have Asene, Tubu, Abola, and Bisi. So we have 7 divisions within the Gamashi area.
So divisions 7. But how many towns make up the whole Gamashi area?
For that one, you can't tell because you can move from just a step and then you are in another area.
Yes, that's the intriguing thing about this area.
How you tend to transit from one into the other. Because, for example, this is Sakumo tree, but then where the tree is also has another name. In fact, you might cross the street to this side, and this house also has another name for itself. So it is just that interwoven of families and people. Therefore, here we don't say somebody is an alien, but if you're an alien, we will know. Because everybody knows.
Like myself.
Everybody knows each other. Everybody knows each other. Even the moment you mention your name, they know the house you are coming. And people can tell, is this your father or your grandfather? Then you have to mention.
Interesting history. Very interesting history.
Because if you are coming from places where we are coming from,
yes,
that area is a Senate block. That area is a Senate block. But then from that same block, when you come to Kuno, in fact, within that same area, we have different communities coming together to form that scene. That is the Potters. You see, then from there, then you come to Bukum.
Okay, this is Bukum.
Yeah.
What we see there?
Yeah.
Then, this is Sakumoto. And then this is Benimochana. You see, where the tree. Then immediately lies on the left side. Oh no, across the road.
Okay.
And in fact, that is how it is. And then you go to a woman.
Okay.
Then Salaba is on the left. So you don't actually see, but you have Maya in between here and Salaba.
Wonderful. So from here we are going to. Is it this is where we are coming to? Oh, this is the Nkommo way.
This is where we are coming to.
Wonderful. So this is where we would see you do the.
Then from here we go to my place. That's the Black Hole.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Where I am.
Wonderful. Let's go into that then.
And then this is one of our. This is Nene Chak.
Okay.
But he is a Wulom from Pampram.
Oh, okay.
His uncle is the Nkommo Wo Ho, so he assists in everything.
When you mention Pram, the guns are originally from this area, but there are other guns, or like the Ghana base from other parts of the region, like the Pram area. What's the history between these areas, especially from the Gamashi area and then the other parts of the Greater Accra region, the other guns that are spread across the region?
You know, we are one people. It's only the language, the name. But then, if you recall, the Ghana community itself has been a fishing community. The farming is actually towards the forest, but then the occupation here is fishing. So you know, during the fishing, bumper harvest and things, in fact, the fishermen do pursue the fish, and then wherever they get to, they settle there small to do their fishing activities, which we call aprodo. So you might find some of Ghana names in many communities along the way, but we and the Dangmes are one. We are one people. It isn't that they migrated from here to where they are. They are also a distinct group of the Ghana.
So it's just a language that more or less separates you.
That's the difference.
Is it the same thing that applies to like the Akan clan, where we have the Fantis, we have the Ikrapims, we have the Ashantis,
those the Bronze,
yes,
they are all Akan.
Yes, they are all Akan.
But the language is distinct from each other.
Okay.
So that was distinguishes one group from the other.
Interesting. This is still the people aspect of people and places here on GhanaWeb TV. We are still with Nkommo Wo Ho III, who's one of the Wulomos here in the Gamashi area. After learning a little history about the Ghana people and going to the shrine to see some of the rituals that they partook in, we are going into the next phase of this edition, where we'll get to Nkommo's area in particular to learn even more. Come along with us.
This place like this, we have a shrine there. It's for the Sempe people. You understand? And it was during that time, the Sempe people also wanted a place to stay along, with the Gam people. So that was when they also came to meet the Gamanje that look, today is today. You have to tell us what you will tell us, either you are giving us or you are not giving us. So we have to tell them that, okay, we are in a war. And it's like the war is getting on us. So what do you have to help us? So they came to place their deity here. And this was where we were able from here to repel the invaders back. So this place became known as Damfo.
Eventually it became Tafo. Alright. How are the shrines distributed in this area? Because we're just from one, you mentioned another one here.
Oh, there are many even you haven't seen, or because they are in houses. We have, I mentioned Adu Otukono. Yes. It's also just here, one of the houses here. And then this place is called Mankata. Mankata, that's the Asafwache for the Gamanche. So he's one of the elders in the house. Atamba Mani, we be in the GhanaWeb. One free documentary for a Gaman. Oh, you are though. So we're going to the place now. Mani. And so we are going to my place, and then this is Adu Otukono.
So these are names of family houses?
Family houses and shrine houses.
Okay.
Some of the houses are, though they are family houses, they had this, how do we call it? They have the deities or the shrines there. But there are certain family houses too that don't have something like that. But they might have it somewhere else.
Okay.
Right. But every Ghana person has a family house in this Gamashi area. So now this is Abola across the road.
Gankenke is being prepared.
Yeah.
Nearly at every corner.
Every place, every street, and there's one thing to, when there's a funeral somewhere, I need not pass there, but I think they've not brought the corpse yet, so we can use the back of the canopy.
Okay.
So that's the Abola Manche Palace, where you have the two poles standing.
Yes.
And that's Abola Manche Palace. And then, the Gamanche is supposed to come from within Abola. So this whole area is the Abola enclave.
So this is where the Gamanches are selected?
Yes. There are 4 houses are all within this enclave. It's a square or a block, I would say. So that's where they are selected. Their houses are there, so they should come from one of those 4 houses. Yeah. So from Abola, then we move to Otublohun. But on the right here it's called Jano Choshi. I don't know why they had that name. But when we mention Jano, it's like a market.
Yes.
So there was a big tree here. I don't know why they've cut it.
The tree's been felled?
It has been felled.
Okay.
And even there were two people who had some trees there. They've also taken them.
Was that not to make way for buildings?
But what's the need for concrete when it doesn't give you the needed health, shade and health that you require? Because this zinc and things, concrete will not give you the oxygen you needed. You understand? You see, it will not give you. But then that's what it has become. So this is Otublonu. So you know, the black hole was taken from them as a sign of surety, so that they will not misbehave. So where the tree is Lante Janwe. Lante Janwe. They will be celebrating their Nkommo Wo next Saturday. That is tomorrow's week. So when they celebrate, then 2 weeks later, the whole of Gamashi will also celebrate their Nkommo Wo.
Okay. You seem to be like a very popular person in this area, and it looks like it's from. I wonder, is it just from what you do now, or why does it seem like a lot of people warm up to you so much like that?
Well, I can't tell, but all I can say is that, you know, I was born here.
Okay.
I was bred here.
Okay. So this
only I didn't grow up here.
Okay.
Yeah. But then after becoming a Wulomo, it's like I've been able to, mingle with anybody and everybody. I don't say, oh, maybe I'm bigger than you, or you are not my type, or you are not my class, but anybody who comes to me, I receive the person. Okay. So that's how come maybe.
And that also brings me to the question about the dual role you play. You are a Wulomo. Is it Wulomo or
Wulomo?
Wulomo.
Yeah.
And then you are also one of the elite people who have been able to help demystify the whole perception about the role of traditional priests. How has that been for you? The work between what you do traditionally and then in the corporate world?
It comes naturally. It comes naturally because I was skeptical when I wanted to enter into education. But immediately I entered and I was able to, you know, mingle with everybody and anybody, as it were. I realized that I don't see, most of the time, I don't see the transition. Because imagining me coming to do what I have to do, then immediately the next point I'm in the office. So I don't normally see, but I add everything, whatever I know, to what I do at any point in time. Because, for example, if I'm in the office, you know, when I was at the AMA, we normally interact with chiefs and things, so you can see me leading most of those interactions, and they tend to have so much trust in me more than they dealing with people wearing suits and all that, you know.
Because they can relate with you as one of theirs.
And that they know I will not, how do I call it, undermine their authority, because I understand who they are and what they represent. So anytime I'm dealing with them, I place them in that context. Therefore, there is that synergy that I'm able to create between the tradition and then the corporate world.
You speak of the positives, but are there challenges or any drawbacks that you've experienced from this dual?
Oh yes, many times. But I always look at it as what can I improve, or what can I do to improve or enhance that perception so that it will not arise again.
Is there any of those instances, anyone that is so profound that you remember you can share with us anytime at all? Because we know you are.
In fact, even today,
okay,
when we entered the house, somebody was just mentioning that when we go and do it and we get money, we should come and give them some. So I was explaining to him that when someone is taking his time to project you, do you expect money from that person? So these are some of the negatives that always sometimes I encounter when I want to do such, documentaries as we are doing. This is not the first time. There was a time when we went there with, I think Metro TV, no, Joy News, and there was a whole lot of issues, so I had to just take them out from the house and then bring them. We sat here along the road. I think it was a Nkommo Wo day, a Saturday before we came to my house. You know, when I'm doing this, I don't want to do it just focusing on myself. Yes. Because I live within the context of others. So if you don't see those others, how would you even see me? That's the way I think about it. Okay. But all the same, we have our old palace, that's the Snemanche Palace, just here. So this story building. So maybe from my house we will go there. That's where I was confined when I was actually in school. Okay. Yeah. So this is Pakpachewe, and this they are the Wulomo Guaro. Guakwe, no more money. Ba.
There are a lot of Wulomos in this area.
Yeah.
A lot.
A lot. A lot. Even if all have been installed, there will be so many. So many. I can't tell the number, but
hundreds?
No, it will not get to 100. Okay. At least it will get to about 20 or even 30. Okay. If all the houses that are supposed to have installed the Wulomo. Because Blantejawe, for example, is supposed to have a Wulomo, but they don't have it yet. Okay. There is another one just across the road there. That is Akrama, but they don't have. If you go inside there, there's another one there. There are so many
that don't actually have.
They don't have the Wulomo at the moment. Yeah. Bole, GhanaWeb no one feno kopio. He's Nkommo Wo Ho. Okay. The second, Nkommo Wo Ho, the second is the Guaurom. Okay. Yes. And this is where he was in school. Okay. Yeah. Pakpachewe. Yeah. They actually have the quarters and Kote Papa Few and all those names. Okay.
There's also the thing about why you cover your head. Why do the Wulomos cover up? Never showing their hair all the time, always in white, always barefoot. What's with the hair?
About the hair, actually, I don't have an immediate explanation because I've asked and asked and nobody had given me any concrete reasons for covering the hair. It's something that has come to stay. Actually, it's like the crown because you are a chief at the same time you are a priest. Okay. A chief priest. You understand? Because before it's believed or it's said that the Wulomo is the leader, is the chief, is the judge. Okay. You understand? Is the priest, the chief, and the judge. The chief in the same way as the leader, so chief stroke leader, and then he is the same time the judge. Before we gave the leadership position to the chiefs.
Okay. Then you handle the other aspects.
The spiritual side of the lives of the people or the community. So being barefooted is just making sure that you're always in contact with Mother Earth. Okay. Yes. Okay. That is why, and even before, the Wulomo do not actually go out so much. Most of the time, you only find him at the battle or the shrine house. He doesn't go out. Okay. It's just these days that you can see a Wulomo so much outside. But before, you don't see them outside at all. And even if he's going somewhere, he leaves very early. And by sunrise is where he's supposed to be. Okay. You understand?
and all the remarks, all the speeches on this tour with President Akufo Addo. Again, we'd like to say a very big thank you to all the media platforms that are carrying this production live. A big thank you to GTV, to Adum TV, to City TV, Metro TV, Wuntumi TV, Asasi Radio. We also have Net2, Wezo TV as well. And we're told quite a number of other media platforms are carrying this production live. And we want to say a big thank you to them as well. My name is Kweku Obenje, and if you just joined us, this is our special coverage of the President's regional tours coming to you live on this channel, and is a production by the Ministry of Information.
Imam here, the Chief Imam of the Wa Central Mosque, Alhaji Yahya Mendo, sitting right in front of His Excellency. I have the Governor also properly seated. Alhaji the Tendana, the landlord of Wa, Alhaji Alhassan Kumbanje. The Forgos are represented by Alhaji Yabu. Your Excellency, we have the Queen Mother of Wa, the Wa Pabana, who doubles as the President of the Upper West Your Excellency, we have the Paramount Chief of Mangwe Traditional Area of His Majesty State, Na Alhaji Yusuf Wea, who doubles as the ruler. The Undugu Goro, Paramount Chief of Undugu, Na Hadi Goro Hadi Assembly II. The Fancy Paramountcy is represented by Honorable Muhammad. I have the Paramount Chief of Wele Traditional Area, Nasi Ibrahim Ubalana. The Paramount Chief of Sen, Na Isaku Muhammad. Paramount Chief of Pensi, Na Abdullah Abubakari. The Paramount Chief of Busa, Na Abisi Eko Yamara. And with your permission, Your Excellency, I introduce to you the Excellency, the government of the Wada State, one half to say the same people, therefore. I plead with His Majesty to address a breach of protocol. The veteran Honorable MC, the chiefs and others want to find out the purpose of the presence of this august entourage in the house.
Thank you very much. I don't remember Sana, check out the year who are unto to eat down the president, our chair. A year, Jaman, when I know the chicken and to Jenny, or pay a control, only this one. And none of the Baja and the Willie, a blaman of her hair, Tolona and Betty and 10 days, you saw a chade and a better piano. I don't believe, Mana. Your Excellency, I want to introduce the entourage to His Majesty Gawana. Fana, Jaman Beche, the party, Mbera Mbe to Upper West Palo Chair, to the Kodana, Onala to Jabba, Timbono, SB, Cambere, and Jaman Bonu Heavyweight. Oh, don't worry. Kenya Darna, Kadaya, Akrati, to party in Parapana. Convene a party down to La Lata, go to General Senator Pampana. One of the polling engine, Ombona, Justin, Fripon, Kodia, IPP, General Secretary, Don't worry. Let's say the Bielaha, Anjin, Chair to Government, Yelsuaha, Yelviana, Ambi TV, radio station, and Nena Sobu, our government to go, Atanega, Ban Lungun Atopara. Honor to Minister of Information, Tumwano, Honorable Kodo upon Nkrumah. On the other part, when I'm going to introduce first, the polling agenda, to take national vice chairman. We here to Bendigonia. Pampana, to party chairman and Pata National. Wanala at Halondana, Alaji Masaudu. Tommy Ala to tell the minister, already Billy Abena Wana, the polling agenda, Honorable Mustafa Yusuf, Wanala, the minister for sports. Agara, World Cup court there. A couple now one down. Only and I have not to bring the Papa. Tule MP for Yaba Kubor. Near Antwerp. To Ghana. To Sir Guinea. Or to young brother Antarson. Chair can never know Kono and a put Makumba. Ona to Mabala, Darren and Yaja and Higana and Yellow. Kawala, Pasha Jamalian, Padu Lombrija, Kablebe Ubili, Onala to road minister. Honorable Nalo, Mana, Kayu Mambo Nala, Jawa Wacha Gino, and Ayala. I'm going near Mamala to all a year, no one out to Pollen Adame. Judge Dana Sujala and Tati in Lafayette. Ona makaya to Pantia Jawaga. Onala to bear a pump. Honorable Dominic Little. Minister for Defense, Chule MP, Alubembla Palo. Te bear a Polana, Tea DC Midala, Lanta, Minister and Carata. Tumwano, Minister of Local Government, Decentralization. A local government, and rural development. To Onamela, to Ba, to Bebile, to Bono, Honorable Buchu. Near to our well near to the Ludi. Onama not to Yaso. Upper Wajala Halata will be Yala. Obey Niana, I am a picture of so. Yanaka Upper West Malo, Biru. I do turn it down on Tara. I want to you up West Canada. But I'm here to regional minister. Senator Pampana, one allowed MP for London constituency. Honorable Ambusdari. Jeremiah, I'm going to tell you, I do my vote with my son. So, Belma Antana, Mkolaba Yadia, the president. I'm a Deputy Chief of Staff to be at Yao for us. For us, I live not to Papana, the Director of Research of Women Day Appreciation. Honorable Dr. Osu Mensah. I don't know how much I who put to the baby. One at table, one to Manasio Pretty, Deputy Minister for Roads, Honorable Delula. Omala MP, then yet to be a come out here. Honorable Mama, I say, Omala to MP Kadane, a chairman and a Deputy Minister for Health. Why is former APM? Don't worry. The lecturer, Bobo Napier, Canada, woman like MP, check the Deputy Minister for Works, Deputy Minister for Sanitation and Water Resources, Tibidola, Honorable Amidu Chinia. So to Sisale is MP, one other. Babona, yeni mayeni wuli, Lowdown enola, ayaki no jero program Lowdown. Onala together. Honorable Dr. Hafiz Bisani, Regional Minister of Finance. Yeni mantama, yeni mantama okuoro tomo, cheche, okuoro tomo bunta. Yeni ancha, nadia amai. The regional minister, Honorable Dr. Hafiz Bisani, John Nade, the Santi Honda Wuliti, Chaka, Opanade, Wawa, Mudo, Aku, Banda, Arudo, Abarakayana. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, Nana Adedankwa Akufo-Addo, Ministers of State, the Obama, the Mala Traditional Area, other paramount chiefs, Governor Mune, the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, the third National Vice Chairman, other executives of our party, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, with your permission, I want to communicate in Mali, but that's what most of the people here understand. Therefore, I yield to you and down His Excellency Nana Adedankwa Akufo-Addo, General Kanye, and then to you to Mali. Yala omuni in Togo, Onala, Ako Wane, Mbawana Ajie, Aja Jide, Lambert Brandy and Chijani, Tabla Eon Cielo, Nambana Pato. Labna, Ako Ware, Emama, Yamaka. The President, and then Mbawana, Bajorana, when the Malan. His Excellency Nana Adedankwa Akufo-Addo, when your President, when you give a power, Kaoka, and then Okomu Padre, Lana Ayatani Ajin, Lala Brunina, Owa, Kaolaya, Obey Winara, Owana, Brunina, Ofava, Ondawa, Onala. Bawana University Abidjan, Wawako I University Nkommo, I am Uji Ko, Onam, yet I'm there, Bawana Abidjan, Bawe, Tumaga, Matibu, Anna Nambarana, Japana Uwana, Weka Owakata, the Mana Ubi, Arakara, Karahobe, Atunatuna, Awakaya, Tumanatuna, the Rabu Gaya, I give him. On to that man to power and Akotinia. Tell Komba Ebla, Kobawa, Abu Bawana, check dear son. I use it was Bayaka, Bawana, Onala, a power. I don't care, no Mitijema. His Excellency Nana Adedankwa Akufo-Addo, Nuno Potugo, but when Kodo Bawana, I did a President Nigeria, no Kampawana, Unatum, Awa, Tubi, Utu, Jenny, Brother Yan Lamer, and then about 1,000 Kampawana, Layera, was the Bayaka, who read the very city, come to Umu, or Uti. I do Mawana, in the power of the One apalo, we will do side, we will put it on the
All right, so we've been bringing you live pictures from the GhanaWeb Palace, where the president has arrived there together with his delegation. The president has been accompanied by ministers of state, members of parliament, other senior government appointees, MMDCEs, as well as security heads. And the president, as you watched on TV, will be speaking at the GhanaWeb Palace. A while ago, there was an introduction section where the delegation was being introduced to the Ghana and his entourage at the palace. Just to give you a bit of a background of this palace. So the GhanaWeb Palace is the official residence of the overlord of the Wala traditional area, and his name is Nafuseni Seido Pelpo IV. The GhanaWeb Palace is a 19th century Sudanese architecture built with mud bricks and sticks. The Wala traditional area has 4 royal gates to the throne. Just to take you through this gates, and pardon me if I massacre the name. So we have the Yejinhi, we also have the Najari, the Nakpaha, and the Joyosi or the Jonyosi gate. So the 4 are the Yejihi, the Najari, Nakpaha, and the Joyosi gates. Interestingly, the Wana belongs to one of these gates because he is currently the overlord of the area. So he belongs to the Yejihini gate. That's the Yejihi gate. And don't forget that the palace is also in the Wa Municipal Assembly. We're told that the ceremony at the GhanaWeb Palace is going to be a very brief one. President Kofi Asare is expected to make some remarks, after which the overlord will also share some remarks to the president's delegation, after which the president will move to the Wa Youth Resource Center for the second main engagement for today. So you're watching a live coverage of the president's regional tours, and we are taking you to Wa, where the president is currently stationed. That's where he'll be working from this week. Later on, he'll be moving to the Savannah region. And so we are in touch, and we are bringing you all that you need to know, all the big interviews and all the information, the updates that you need to know from this particular tour. We will be joined by our men who are on the ground. Akwesinsia is stationed at the GhanaWeb Palace, and Wilberforce Asare is also at the Youth Resource Center, where he will be taking us through the itinerary for that event. We're told that quite a number of people have gathered at the ceremony. They have gathered there even before the president arrives at this facility to inspect ongoing works there. And just to take you through other activities that the president will be taking part in while on tour of the Upper West region. So after visiting the Youth Resource Center, the president will be inspecting ongoing works at the Lambusi Agenda 111 project at Lambusi. He will also be paying a courtesy call on the Nandom at Nandom, after which he will cut sword for the dualization of the Nandom Town Road. So that's the main itinerary for today. Tomorrow we will continue our coverage just to take you through what to expect tomorrow. The president, we're told, will be inspecting ongoing works at the Wa Shopping Center. He will also be inspecting an Agenda 111 project at Isa, and then he will be commissioning the Kalio Solar Power Project also in Kalio. So quite a busy week for the president in the Upper West region before he even moves to the Savannah region. Shortly, we will take you back to the GhanaWeb Palace where we will be bringing you the live feed. We'll be bringing you the live feed of the president's remarks, as well as the awareness remarks to the president and his entourage or delegation. You're watching our live coverage of the president's regional tours, a production by the Ministry of Information. Is also live on GTV, Adum TV, Metro TV, City TV, Asasi Radio. We're also live on Netu TV, Wuntumi TV, and of course we're streaming live on the Ministry of Information Facebook page. My name is Kwaku Obenche, and from now till 12 o'clock, you'll have to stay with us because we will move with you wherever the president moves to as part of his tour of the Upper West region. Stay with us. We'll be back with more. Stay with us.
To be holding on to you is your elevation of one of our sons, Mr. Julius Umro, to the high office of Chief Fire Officer in the Ghana National Fire Service. He specifically made a pledge to me that he will serve his country to the best of his ability as long as he remains in that position. Your Excellency, we have a basket of requests for you. Some are new and some have been made before. I will put them under education, roads, health, and security. Under education, Your Excellency, during your 2 previous visits, we made passionate appeals to you for a fence wall for the Jamiat Islamic Girls Senior High School. You still have innovation for the Dr. Technical University and additional classrooms for the Paris Basic School. Your Excellency, I have been reliably informed by the Honorable Regional Minister, Dr. Hafiz bin Salim, that you have already taxed relevant government agencies, i.e. the Northern Development Authority and the Central Development Fund Secretariat, to see to the execution of these. Yeah, my shot is on, I think so. That works will soon commence. No, it's not. The language is so speaking. Materialized. Your Excellency, on our priority list, as well our means of transportation for the Islamic Senior High School located outside Wa Township and a multi-purpose hall for the Wa Senior High School. The Islamic Senior High School has no bus to convey the students for any program outside the school. The school administration is also in dire need of means of transportation. The administration of the Wa Senior High School has serious challenges gathering the students under one roof since the 8-old assembly hall, which was built to accommodate about 200 students, cannot contain the almost 2,000 student population of today as a result of your flagship free senior high school policy. We will appreciate your immediate intervention on the above cases for us. And the roads, Your Excellency. Once again, we bring up the issue of our dual carriage roads for your consideration. We urgently need a dual carriage road from the SDD Lubit to the airport. The traffic congestion on this stretch makes driving on it highly unsafe, especially when we have a convoy of articulated trucks from neighboring countries or going out. We also wish to draw your attention to the fact that the construction of the Wa-Mangwe-Bulenga road has suddenly come to a halt, and the contractor is not in sight. Since he hasn't. Deterioration is gradually setting in, and this will definitely increase the cost of the project when the contractor returns to site. We believe that these two road infrastructure issues.
All right, so that was my colleague Akwesi Nsia. We'll bring you that interview. Akwesi will be speaking to some MMDCEs as well as officials of the Wilderness Palace, just to take us through what has been happening within the last few minutes right after President Kofi Asare arrived at the palace. This is a live coverage of the President's regional tours. Don't forget that throughout this week we'll be bringing you live updates and all the big interviews right here on this channel. You're also watching us on GTV, Metro TV, City TV. We're also on Adum TV. We are on Asasi Radio, Netu TV, and of course Wezo TV. You're also watching us live on Facebook on the Ministry of Information Facebook page. We will cross over back to Akwesi Nsia in Wa, who has been speaking to some officials and members of the President's delegation at the Wilderness Palace as the President commences his tour. Don't forget, he will be moving from here to the Youth Resource Center, and then he will be inspecting the progress of work at that facility. There's more to come right here on our coverage. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
1.1 kilometer road which is supposed to link Salaga to Damongo. At first, commuters were to drive through Damongo to Tamale before they get to Salaga. But because of the intervention of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo-led MPP government, the stretch of the road that's supposed to take about 4 hours is now going to cut down to 2.5 hours. So, I'll be engaging the Ghana Highway Authority. Since this project is a government of Ghana project and that sits directly at their agency. So, let me speak to a technical officer of the Ghana Highway Authority to tell us more about this project. Thank you, sir, for joining us. This is a special production by the Ministry of Information and it's live on over 8 TV stations across the length and breadth of this country. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Please, can you tell us your full name and your designation at Ghana Highway Authority?
Okay. My name is Engineer Sefiamo Jeffy, the Acting Regional Highway Director for Savannah Region.
Okay, now, give us the full scope of this construction.
Okay, this is a construction of Binjai to Fufuso Road from kilometer 0 to 35, then from kilometer 64.1 to kilometer 100. And the scope of the project is earthworks, drainage structures, pavement works, which is placing of sub base of 150 millimeters and then the base of 150 millimeters, then primer seal and then do the road line marking and road furniture.
Okay, now before we get to the technical details of this project, what will be the adjoining towns that this road will be linking to?
Yeah, this is an important link because it is linking 3 districts. That's to begin with, it is linking the N10 at Buipe and then the Tamale Salaga Road, which is N9 and then IR4. So it is linking North Gonja, Central Gonja and then West Gonja, whose capital is the regional capital, Savannah, Damongo.
Okay, so it means that as we speak, if someone wants to travel all the way from Damongo to Salaga, the person would not have to go through Tamale again after the completion of this project?
Yes, after the completion of this project, that is what the situation will be. But at the moment, due to budgetary constraints, the project has been packaged in 2 phases. The phase 1 is what I have just spoken about. You can bear me out that whilst I was giving the description of the project, I jumped. I said from kilometer 0 to 35, then from 64.1 to 100. So that tells you that there is a gap between kilometer 35 and then kilometer 64.1, which is 29 kilometers. It's a virgin land, and there is an obstacle there, a river called Lorito. So there is the need to actually build an 80-meter span bridge. And like I said, it is done in phases. So this is the second phase, which has been packaged and is awaiting approval.
Okay, so who is actually funding this whole project?
The government of Ghana.
Okay, so this is a fully funded project by the government?
Yes, please.
Okay, take us through. We've seen some of your drawings, some of the works going on. Let's start from this place. It says completed triple cell 2.5. Hey, this your.
You know, the 0 to 35 is far advanced. As we speak now, 34 kilometers of primer seal has been done on the 0 to 35, and then 21 kilometers of the final seal has been done.
Okay, but sorry, that 0 to 35, which communities will be benefiting from these kilometers? That's been already completed.
That's the Bunjai and then around Salaga community. They will more benefit that first 35 kilometers.
And the next phase 2 is?
Okay. The other phase, or the other part of the project is where we are now.
Okay, no, you come to this side for me. No, this side.
The other part of the project, which is the 64.1 to 100, is where we are now, which is also part of the 0 to 35. From 0 to 35. So where we are now is the 64 to 100, which is part of the 0 to 35.
Okay, so when was work actually begun on this project?
It began on the 27th February 2020 and is supposed to be completed within 42 months. That is August 25, 2023. As we speak now, exactly today, 71% of the time has elapsed and the physical progress is 60% and the contractor is actually on course.
So it means that within 42 calendar months, we should be able to see the full construction of Binjai to Fufoso Road.
We'll be seeing from 0 to 35 and then from 64.1 to 100.
I'll be happy and my viewers also be appreciative if at least you can tell us the town instead of the mileage.
The town, like I'm saying, the first site, which is at Bunjai site, is 35 kilometers. Then from that 35 kilometers, there is a missing link we call gap of 29 kilometers, which lands us at kilometer 64. Then from 64, we get to 100, which is here.
So kilometer 64 is what community?
It's Yape.
That's Yape.
Yes, Yape environment.
So the whole scope is for about 42 months.
Yes, excluding the gap.
Okay,
excluding the gap.
So when are we supposed to finalize these gaps?
Oh, like I said earlier on, it's at a high stage of award. Award, the gap is being considered for award. So I believe very soon the award will be done.
Okay, thank you very much. So I've been speaking to one of the officials of the Ghana Highway Authority who has given us a full scope of this 71-kilometer road that's straight from Binjai to Fufoso, and this is going to help the people of Yape who will be traveling all the way from Damongo to Salaga, not to be going through Tamale again, because driving from Damongo to Salaga will take you about 4.5 hours, and after completion of this route we are going to see a reduction of the time limit from 4.5 hours to 2.5 hours, making the distance shorter than it used to be. So also be engaging some of the residents around here to also tell us how happy they are to see construction of work on this road, because we have been told that this is actually a virgin land. Asasia nese kalapita bia enkano eda eti ese ayasasi afe na aban edi contractor so ebetwa enua afri so amaya dwi so. And as we showed you earlier on in our first report, utim say yedwi ekwane suwa right from Fufoso junction up to this end. There's a kwane no egusu etomoko, and the contractors also made me understand that even the 71 kilometers we are talking about, there's going to be an increment, because they've also realized that there are certain portions of the road that also so in actual fact, after completion, we are going to see more than 71 kilometers road constructed within this area. And don't forget, this is a constituency in a savannah region, one of the newly created regions in Ghana. So let me also engage some of the residents here to tell us how happy they are to see this construction. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you very much.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine, please.
And what's your name?
My name is Jimba Malik Abdul Samil.
Okay. Now tell us, how happy are you to see the construction of this road, which is about to help reduce your number of time hours traveling from Damongo to Salaga?
Oh, it's not easy to help people. So we thank God, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has come to the Central Gonja, Yape Kusago, to help us. Because at first, when we are about to go to Salaga, it takes us a number of hours before we get there, due to the traffic roads we meet at Tamale. But this road, it has come to help us. This time round, when the road is completed and you are going to Salaga, you have a smooth way of living. So we thank the President for the help he has brought to the Yape Kusago constituency and Central Gonja as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I also be engaging your other colleagues. Kwaku, as I'm speaking to you now, President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has just arrived at the ceremony, which will see the president addressing a large gathering here. And in fact, the rate at which people are trooping in just to listen to the president, also follow president inspect this road, is just overwhelming. Opedi boko there.
Oh boko.
Yeah, then you miasi.
Sumidase.
Akrani efro say.
Omo frame Idrisu.
Wa man efro sir.
Ani me kronfo nyina frame Idrisu.
Okay, but before construction of Sa Ekwawe, how difficult Nana Eyese over Utu quite free Damongo at the Costalaga Senate?
Oh, how the intimate campo. Tresse, now we're free Damongo say when you Salagano. Over short say 8 hours. Quenso. He said, "When we buy, you know." I was say, she said, "There was a Damango over Quasalaga, which 3 hours and out 2.5 hours over Duro. Quano a tia Kuramaya. Until Yedanyamia to say, Omofa Quano Batoha. Says an air brepa, she said, Yedanyamia. Just say, Nanado Baya, Obacasa over Mayors, Aquenway, and Savannah region. Yaniaji Papa. Just say, Ubacasa and Quantin or Muya Quano. Just say, Debiana Uba Quano Kura. One Nebaje. Just a Quani Quantiamaya, Uba Quasalaga, Sisia Nawadru, Uba and Sam and Krum Kura, Quano Sokura. He said, Oh, dear, Uba to Makwa Kuraba Wajuma. And drew an hour Kurano Adru. And yet Denyamia say, Ombayas Aquano Maya. Into Mungusuan almost yet the chance I may. Okay,
let's say one can someone subscribe, bra. Yes, I say, you can so what faso.
My faso, they be a media make one no.
What he
mete yape haya.
Okay, it's you faso cotton near my salagane.
I name to the side of hall chama or nina ya faso da.
Okay, it's una wafa a quine so. Buane to me and Tia said, what I'm quine so qua. A fan a contract and a quana aqua could do. Ufa kwenu sa bebi a ubekwa koduru utra ayi chamakakra ohona kwenu ko ginaye nti yeso ye wogidie se bia contractor no beto aso chase se de kwenu tie no na ka kwenu ko pie salaga nko ade a oh ye da nyame ase mpanyimfo nyame mbo mpanyimfo pa se de omudwune ho a omudi kwenu beto ha no ye do ma se pa na se de awuyehi amanfo ebekom wa bra ombetu kwantenten ere freedom mango akọ salagano saa ekwan ya yetwa wa hanumi atesa ebre no aha no nyina so de amamo
bebre ene de yan kampo tese saa bra ye bre no na nya asam kito masa wubekọ salaga kura adwundwan ba dawutir no ko a
akọ ye adwuma no so adwundwan ba to so no
akwan na wubefa ha ko pieta male afe na ubafa ko fa tamale se uko salaga nye kwankitwa sada no de ni akontu wonko anti muna wo wontimi nkwanko ya adwuma bia de sada foforo okay de bia sa se suso de ubetima atena da mango na ade ache na wontimi afa kwenwe akwa salaga akwa ya adwuma kura asa aba
na se first no na pese utu kwan free da mango ekọ salaga na se wo kwa wo boaboa ho se untimi ensa madana
dabi
esa se kwan na wa
dabi untimi stamba
ba ese de obetimi akọ
asa ba ye wa adwuma
okay adwuma be na ye
oh me de me yakua ni me sa ton no masoso
kua ete sei ewo yape kusegu empotemwa
say de ye ba ka say kua no kura ba sa paja aka ho chese ne ye men kwan na ne sa kwan no ye nyina kua ya fom wo sa kwan na so nti wuyi wa doba ya kura wudi baba fia ya asem kwan no ba ye no ize kura amaye se wudi ka ko fa wo doba ya kura wo mbre sisi ya na wa ba
okay ne se mumududo na amafuo no ewo salaga every salaga eba damango eti se mutu mufudie na mud beton dodo ne nyina wo damango ba first na yenye kwan nti na edin se moyi niema no
ne nyina na ekota male side.
Oh, okay.
Me fa coin bia ni wa wo di befa nisa wo di fata male sa no nti we no ba ye no oh da bia me de me kan coin de etia kura maye nti no nko ate na ya ne ya je ho chese coin ya kan panyin fo da bia president abasa baba nana do ba ye na de ya hu no subida chese coin wo be ye maye ni ayi savannah region nko a edanyame ase
na topeni beda ase bebre nti kwaku pani ba kwa mote se yede no eka se eye kuani ya ono owo nafuo ewo salaga kwantempo no eso Now, this man has been telling us before construction of this road, it was difficult moving your goods, your farm produce from Salaga to Damongo. But as a result of this construction, now it's become easy for them to move their produce from Salaga to Damongo. At first, they had to always sell their produce at Tamale, which was making it difficult for those in Damongo to also enjoy or benefit from what they also been doing in their various farms. But just as I speak to you, we now have the minister, the Savannah Regional Minister, who is welcoming the President of the Republic to this gathering. But before the arrival of the President, all chiefs and those who matter to be here were all seated. When President just arrived, he was taking around a small tour to greet the chiefs and people of Yape Kusegu who are gathered here to witness the inspection of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. So as we speak now, the regional minister has given his welcome address. We'll also be engaging some other people to tell us more about what also make up of this road. Okay, so let me bring in a chief of this area to tell us. He also be a traditional ruler of this area. What he also make of the Salaga. So it's going to be a direct link that commuters will not have to use Damongo to Tamale before arriving at Salaga. And this road is at the eastern point of the Savannah region, and it will be adjoining the western part of the region, which also make it easy for those also traveling within and outside the Savannah region, one of the newly created regions under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And it become part of President's promise to ensure that development reaches, especially the newly created regions, to ensure that of development. As we gave you a clear picture yesterday when the President arrived to inspect work of progress on the construction of the Savannah Regional Coordinating Council, the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, former General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Honorable Daniel Kwaku Boche, told us and those who had the opportunity to also watch this live production that this forms part of the President's agenda to ensure that less privileged regions, especially the new ones created, will also catch up with the ones that are also developing in terms of infrastructure. So, Kwaku, let me take you straight away to listen to the welcome address of the Chief of Yape as he addressed President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his entourage who accompanied him, and some of the ministers who accompanied the President were the Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Opo Nkrumah, Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways, Honorable Stephen Chalula, and other hosts of ministers and CEOs who matters in this road construction. So let's go straight to listen to what the Chief has to say to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. As the President will no time also be addressing the gathering, and after the President will take a tour of the construction site. But before that, the President will be taken to this board at my back here to see the architectural and the pictorial evidence of what they have been talking about and what they are doing. So let's listen to the Chief.
appeal to you to ensure an extension of the Yape Rural Water Project to Kusogo while we wait for the bigger project, Your Excellency, which we are aware that pretty soon work will commence. We have seen preparations going on, and we shall know the bigger project will start. And the bigger project is the extension of water from Yape to Tamale. Your Excellency, we anticipate that pretty soon work will start. This will give potable water, good drinking water for the people of Central Gonja right up to Tamale and its metropolis. Your Excellency, it will be recalled that my predecessor, the late Gira Kosogora Suleimana Ewuntoma Kunkarga of blessed memory, on 27th of July 2020, appealed to Your Excellency when you called on him to create a new district from the present Central Gonja district. He emphasized that this will bring developments to Kusogo and Tuluwe traditional areas. Again, 11th July 2021, Your Excellency, Bipura Abdullah Jinapo II, the paramount chief of the Bipe traditional area and also vice president of the Savannah Regional House of Chiefs, appeal to you, Mr. President, for the creation of a district from the current Central Gonja district. Jira Bipeura said, Your Excellency, you may recall that the current Central Gonja district is very vast. And he concluded that if a new district is created out of it, it will bring about faster development and region. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, I also wish to add my voice to the appeals on behalf of the people of the Kusogo Tuluwe traditional area that we deserve a district. Indeed, the creation of this district will be a very huge solution, will offer a huge solution to our sustainable development efforts. It is the hope that this humble request shall receive swift action so that we can celebrate with you the commissioning of the district before the 2024 elections. Your Excellency, the contractor working on the road, this is the project, Your Excellency, you want to see for yourself today and see the progress of work. We are happy to inform you, Mr. Chairman, that we here in Yape are aware that the contractor is on site and work is ongoing. We are, however, appealing to you, Mr. President, to consider getting the Kusogo Karibanto Road done as a feeder road to link up with this Yape road. In the same way, we are appealing to you to consider giving us this honor or this privilege of opening up a very important rural community, a big rural community very close to Yape, a few kilometers from Yape, and that is Katanga. This is a very important farming and fishing village, and we think that they will also have access to this major road that is going to flow from Yape to Bunjai. Your Excellency, we believe and we trust that you will ensure these projects are worked on to link up and make the people to benefit more from the Yape to road. Of concern, Your Excellency, is the establishment of a second cycle institution in Yape or Kusogo. Kusogo has no second cycle institution. Kusogo has a number of junior high schools. Yape has several of them. There are some also in Sampala, in all the communities under the Kusogo traditional area. But it is sad to note, Your Excellency, that there is no single second cycle institution, no secondary school or senior high school, and no senior technical school. We are appealing to you, Mr. Chairman, to offer us a senior technical institution to be located in the Kusogo traditional area and to offer educational facility and support to the people of Kusogo, Tuluwe, and all the other communities within the Kusogo, Tuluwe traditional areas. I wish to commend the District Security Committee for their prompt response anytime we call on them for help. We do enjoy police and military patrol in the Kusogo, Tuluwe area. However, if the Kusogo police post is reopened for us, it will solve the numerous armed robbery and kidnapping cases we experience in this area. Your Excellency, we are appealing to you also to upgrade the Yape clinic into a full-fledged health center. For us, Your Excellency, this could start as a polyclinic. We have several villages in the Kusogo traditional area which do not enjoy any electricity. Some of these include Sankumpe, Nangani, Trahanayili, Patanga, Silimboma, Bakpe, and many others. Your Excellency, there are about 17 communities which do not enjoy this facility. We are aware that there is a project that was offered, and some of the villages in the Kusogo traditional area have electricity now, but these 17 communities still do not have electricity. Work has stalled, Your Excellency, and we are appealing to you to either get the contract rewarded or to get the contractor back to site. Your Excellency, we, the people of Kusogo traditional area, cannot thank you enough. We are aware and we appreciate the good works you've been doing for us. And we wish to thank you and to remind you that these issues we have mentioned are very dear to our heart. We shall continue to count on your help, to count on your support. We know that you appreciate the people of the Kusogo traditional area, and we also appreciate you greatly. Thank you, Your Excellency. When
the PhD holder becomes the chief, that's what we expect. Thank you, Yapeura, Dr. ABT Zakaria.
So you've been watching a live coverage of a ceremony in the Savannah region to welcome welcome President Kofi as he inspects the Fofoso Bondai Road in Kosogo. You heard the Yapewura Dr. A.B.T. Zakaria Bekunutu speaking a while ago, giving his address at this ceremony where President Kofi is also expected to speak to the gathering before he goes on that inspection of the Fofoso Bondai roads. The president will be speaking shortly at this ceremony, but just to remind you that the president has been on a working tour of the Upper West and Savannah regions throughout this whole week, and here at the Ministry of Information we have been bringing you live coverage of the president's itinerary as well as his engagements on this tour, which includes the inspection of projects, specifically roads and Agenda 111 hospital projects. We've also been bringing you updates on the president's engagements with traditional leaders, as well as interviews and other activities that the president has been involved in. It is live here on this channel, produced by the Ministry of Information. It's also live on GTV, Metro TV, City TV, Adum TV. We're also live on Wuntumi TV, Netu TV, Wezo TV, and you are listening to us on radio on Asase Radio. On Facebook, you're watching us on the Ministry of Information Facebook page. Shortly, we'll take you back to the ceremonial grounds where the president is just about to inspect the Fofoso Bondai Road. Remember, this is a 71-kilometer road sponsored by the government of Ghana. And as you heard from residents and opinion leaders in the area speaking to our reporters, it is a big deal for them because it connects to some major towns and is going to really help them ply their roads to their various activities in the area. And so President Kofi will shortly inspect work done so far on the Fofoso Bondai Road in the Kosogo area of the Savannah region. You're seeing on the screen shots from the location. These are live pictures from the location, and as you heard earlier, the Yapewura together with his traditional leaders are already gathered at this ceremony, waiting to hear from President Kofi as well before he goes on that inspection tour of the construction sites, which we're seeing on the screens now. A lot of construction materials already on site, so it tells us that the work is going to speed up, as the contractors earlier indicated to our reporters. Work is going to speed up on this road, and as you may be aware, President Kofi is already at the area. He is at this ceremony to welcome him as he prepares to inspect work done so far on the Fofoso Bondai Road, which is in Kosogo. Aman Akwesisia is still at the location, and he will be bringing us more details shortly. We'll cross over to Aman Akwesinsia, who has been speaking to residents in the area who are excited about this development. Remember that the president has been embarking on a working tour of the Upper West and Savannah regions. The president hopefully will be wrapping up that tour today in the Savannah region, where he's been from Sunday. He's actually been in the Upper West region from Sunday. He moved to the Savannah region yesterday, and the president will be wrapping up his tour of that region. We will be crossing over to Aman Akwesi Insia shortly, but just to say a big thank you to all the stations that are carrying this production live, to GBC, to GTV. You're watching us on Metro TV, City TV, Wuntumi TV, Movement TV, Wezo TV. We're also on Adum TV as well as Metro TV, and of course on the Facebook page of the Ministry of Information. My name is Kweku Obenjo. Shortly we'll take you back to the ceremony where President Kofi is expected to be speaking on his observations so far, even before he goes on that inspection of the Fofoso Bondai Road. Our men are on the ground. They will be bringing us some more interviews. They'll be speaking to more of the inhabitants in the area, or residents in the area, as well as the officials who are directly involved in this project. That is coming up right here on this particular channel. It is our special coverage of the president's regional tours. We've been bringing you live coverage of President Kofi Asare's tours in the Upper West region as well as the Savannah region. That coverage began on Sunday. Hopefully, the President will be wrapping up his tour of the Savannah region today. And so we will be looking at work so far, the President's work so far in these regions. We'll be speaking to our reporters. They've been sharing they will be sharing their personal views with us. But right now, though, let's take you back to the podium where we are witnessing some more speeches being read even before the President speaks. As you can see, there are some more speeches before the President speaks. This is a live coverage of our coverage of the President's regional tours produced by the Ministry of Information. We're coming to you live from Accra, where we are on the ground with the President, where we're bringing you live updates as well as all the big interviews that you need to know concerning the President's tour of the Savannah region. Yesterday, the President was in the Damango area where he commissioned a very important project, which is the integrated recycling and compost plant in Damango. That facility, we're told, is going to produce about 500 direct jobs to residents in the area, and then more jobs, more indirect jobs. So 500 direct jobs and more indirect jobs in the area. So much excitement in Damango yesterday as the President commissioned that facility. Today the President is in Kosogo, where he is expecting, or he will be expecting, the Fofoso Bondi Road shortly. Well, earlier today, the President was at the Agenda 111 site at Daboya, where he inspected work there so far, together with the Regional Health Directorate projects. And as we brought to you the live feed, the President engaged with workers there and appeal to them to speed up work, because a lot of people are expecting most of these projects, to be done in a very speedy manner. So the President gave them the assurance that the government was going to do its part, but they also have to play their role in ensuring that these projects come up very fast. Right now, the President is at Kosogo, where he will shortly be inspecting the Fofoso Bondi Road. We've just been hearing from the Yapewura Dr. A.B.T. Zakaria Bikutuno, who has been speaking at this ceremony. Shortly, President Akufo-Addo will be speaking at the ceremony as well. And as you can see on your screens, more of the materials for the construction of these roads already on site, and the contractors are telling us that work will speed up. And so we will keep an eye on this and bring you more right here on this particular channel. You're watching our special coverage of the President's regional tours happening live inside the Kosovo area, where the President is currently which is the Savannah area. The Deputy Minister of Roads and Highways is currently with our man Akwesinsia, and shortly he will be speaking to Akwesinsia about what government really expects of this project and how government is hoping that this particular road will improve lives and help with a lot of engagement, a lot of movement, I should say, in the area. Akwesi, if you can hear me, and if you can, if you're ready for that interview, we can hand over to you now, Akwesi, who is ready to be speaking to the Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways. Remember, this is a special coverage of the President's regional tours. The President yesterday began a 2-day working visit in the Savannah region. Today, he is inspecting the Fofoso Bondi Road in Kosogo. And so let's cross over now to Aman Akwesinsia, who is ready to be speaking to the Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways. Akwesi, if you can hear me, take over.
Thank you very much, Kwaku. Right here with me is the Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways, Honorable Stephen Jalula. Honorable, thank you. Welcome once again for joining us.
Thank you, my brother, for having me again.
For a start, how has this tour been to you and your ministry?
As you know, the Ministry of Roads and Highways, we are working assiduously to ensure that our road network improves. So wherever Mr. President goes, we have to be around to observe and also to take notes and keep on updating our road network. So we are here. I think today is the final day of the tour of Mr. President, and we are at a site where a very critical road is being constructed. So if you ask me, so far so good.
How critical is this Binjai to Fufoso road to the government and the people of this area?
Yes, you know, Salaga is part of the central Savannah region. But today, if you are going to Salaga from Damango, where we have the regional capital, you have to travel all the way through Tamale to Salaga, which shouldn't be the case. There's a very short route from Fufuso to a junction close to Salaga, and that is what we are doing now. So this road is very critical to be able to shorten the travel time between Damango and Salaga. And I'm sure that when this road is completed, it will inure to the benefit of all the communities around this road. It's a 71-kilometer road, and we have divided it into 3 lots. The first lot and the last lot is what is being worked on. Okay, so the first lot 0 to 35 is being worked on, and we have done primer seal. We have laid all the foundations, and we have put the first bitumen on 33 kilometers of the 35. And out of this, we have also added another one, the sea Lankasa, what we call the quota. Okay. We've added the quota on 24. We've done quota on 24 kilometers of the stretch. Now it's left with the middle. There's a gap of about 29 kilometers, which is here to be awarded. And on this 29 kilometers is a big bridge which crosses the White Volta. So that is what is awaiting approval by my boss, Honorable Kofi Asare. And I'm very sure that when we get back, it will be approved so that we can procure a contractor to come on the road and start work immediately, because this is very critical. The president created regions to bring development to the people, and this is an example of the development that Mr. President seeks to bring to the people of Savannah.
We know before the arrival of the president in this region, you and your minister have been touring most of the road construction in every part of this country. After visiting Savannah and this specific road, are you satisfied with the rate at which the contractor is working?
Yes, you know, we are always on the road. My boss, Kofi Asare, MP Tiwawa, myself and my other colleague deputy, and all our directors, we are always on the run, touring all parts of the country to get abreast with what is going on our roads. Now, I can tell you in confidence that we are very satisfied with what is going on. As I stated earlier on in my remarks, we have awarded ongoing projects in Savannah alone is 135, and we have already completed 24.
A newly created region.
Yes, indeed.
Has over 100 kilometers of road under construction.
Yes, indeed. We are done with 24 already, and where we are now, Yape Kusogo has 7 projects ongoing under our ministry. That tells you that we are not sleeping. Mr. President is not sleeping, because he's bent on leaving a legacy that it will take a long time for any other president to break. And that is what we are doing now. We, the Minister of Roads and Highways, we are leading the way for all other ministries. And if you ask me, I can tell you that Honorable Kofi Asare is so satisfied with what is going on. And you could hear from the speeches of the eminent chief, Kusagura. Okay. And yesterday, Bupeura, the vice president of the Savannah Regional House of Chiefs, he was full of praise for Mr. President for the roads that are being done. And ironically, this is the home region of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. He was born in Damango. I was also born in Damango. But Mr. President doesn't have any lineage to Damango, nor any part of Savannah. But I can tell you that the work that Mr. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has done for the people of Savannah can never be compared to what His Excellency John Mahama did for his own region.
Okay, so now, if somebody sits out and like Akufo-Addo government is borrowing we are not seeing anything. This can be one of the things that can be pinpointed and say that yes, this is where the many borrowings that government has been contracting is going into.
Indeed, all the time I think about it. Those who complain about the debts that we have accumulated over the years, sometimes they need to come down to the rural areas and see the investments that this government has made in the rural areas. You know, we are all part of the country. Mr. President is developing the whole country comprehensively, holistically. He's not developing the cities to the neglect of the rural areas. This place we can consider as a rural area because it's a district. But then look at the amount of money. This road we are talking about is taking a whooping 283 million Ghana cedis to construct, minus the gap of 29 kilometers. This tells you that we are investing. If somebody is sitting somewhere, they should know that we are not borrowing money to buy food and meat or to spend on ourselves. We are investing in the rural Ghana.
Thank you very much. So that has been the Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways, Honorable Stephen Jalula. So Kwaku, let me hand you over to the podium as we await the speech of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
The Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development, and Member of Parliament for Okre, the Minister for Information, the Member of Parliament for Ofuasi Ayirebi, Deputy Ministers of State, District Chief Executive for the Yape Kusugu District, Third National Vice Chairperson of the ruling New Patriotic Party and the Regional Chairperson of the New Patriotic Party, the Yape Wura, and the other traditional chiefs who are gathered here. Fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen, I'm always very happy to be here in the Yape Kusogo district. Because I believe the first project that my government did when I came into office was the water project in Yape. And I'm very happy to see that today, the then Yape Wura, who had the conversation with me that brought about the water project, is now a very, very senior chief in Gonjaland as Kusogu Wura. I'm very happy about that development. And it's my intention to pay a courtesy call on him before I leave the district. As you know, Yape Wura, every year it is my practice to visit each of the 16 regions of our country so that I can see for myself the performance of government projects and initiatives in the various regions which I visit. I always say that receiving reports and seeing for your things with your own eyes are not the same. So I prefer to come out and see for myself how things are going. And in so doing, I get the opportunity also to listen to the concerns of the chiefs and people of the area, so I can adjust government programs and initiatives to take care of these concerns. I'm happy and encouraged by the embrace that you, Yape Wura, and the people of Kusogu have given to the program for planting for food and jobs. I think you have understood its purpose, and you have also seen the results of the program and the plea that you have made for more young people to be involved in the program for Planting for Food and Jobs has my complete support. And I would hope that many more traditional rulers will be as far-sighted as yourself to call upon their people to embrace the Planting for Food and Jobs project. And by the same token, I welcome very much your attachment to the Green Ghana project. It's important for our future. I believe that the request that Yape you have made about how we can extend the Yape water project to Kusago pending the commencement of the Tamale water project is a well-made request. And it will be something that I will be consulting with both the water company and the Minister for Water and Sanitation and Water Resources when I get back to Accra. You'll hear from me very soon about that. The other matters that you have put on the table, many of them have been responded to. The demand for a district, the Minister for Local Government has spoken eloquently about it, as indeed the Minister for Roads and Highways has responded to the request you have made about the feeder road linkage, and also the upgrading of the health centers. The Deputy Minister for Health has also responded to it. One of the things that surprises me a little bit, I have to confess, I'm here, we have to speak the truth to each other, that Yape Kusago, since 1992, I've known two people who have been the members of parliament for Yape Kusago. The first one was my very good friend Amadou Seydou. We met in parliament and we became friends, and that friendship has lasted up till today. When he left, the elder brother of the excellent young man who is the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament for Damango, Abujinapo, his elder brother John, then took over the MPship for Yape Kusago. What this tells me is that the 8 elections that we have had in Ghana since 1992 have always gone to the National Democratic Congress. And yet when I come here, I hear all of these demands. It's true. It's true. The deputy, the young man who for a long time was Minister of Power, 17 communities in his district still have not been connected to the electricity grid. But Yapewura, you're lucky. You have me as the president of Ghana. I'm going to do it for you. In the same way, no secondary school, no senior technical high school in the whole of the Kosogo area. I'm not here on a campaign. I'm not here on a campaign. But I think that I've said enough for you and the people of Kosogo to think about your vote in 2024. But our point of view, like the Minister for Local Government said very clearly, we are for the development of the entire space known as Ghana without discrimination. And what work we have to do to make sure all parts of our country get the requisite level of development, we will do it. One very important development that is going to take place in this area is what I'll conclude my speech with. That is the Debris Inland Port that was recently commissioned by the Vice President, which is very near Buipe. Not only is it going to be a nodal point connecting the south of Ghana by transportation, by water transportation, from the south of Ghana to the north of Ghana, but beyond the north of Ghana to the Sahel. It's going to be an extremely important transportation hub based here in Yape, Kusogo. And on top of it, the projection is that we're to develop 1,000 acres of land in the Kusogo area as an industrial park that will feed industrial products to the Debris Inland Port. So this is the major transformation that is going to be taking place in the Kusogo Yape constituency and district in the year ahead of us. I want to thank you once again very much for this warm welcome that you have given me and my entourage here in Kusogo, and let to assure you that the good relations that we have established over these 5.5, nearly 6 years will continue for the rest of my presidency, and that whatever is required for me to be able to do within the means of our budget and our financial circumstances, we're going to do it to continue the progress of the Yape Kusogo area. I will from here pay a courtesy call on the Kusogo Ura before I leave the district. But in the meantime, I want to thank you again for this warm welcome, and I wish you the very best and God's blessing for you and your people here. May God bless you. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Yapewura will be making a presentation on behalf of Kosogura. Yapewura Jande Nusina Foko Koson Fasa Nkoka Kegben Fasa President Benjande Bimbamba Workmo Mana Point President.
All right, so you've been listening to President Kofi Asare, who has been addressing a gathering at Kusogo, where soon he will be inspecting the roads there, roads being constructed there, the Fofoso Bondai Road. President Kofi Asare will be inspecting work there. We're told it's a 71-kilometer road sponsored by the government of Ghana. The president is about wrapping up his tour of the Savannah region, and we've been bringing you live coverage from Sunday, where he began his tour in the Upper West region. So it's a two-region tour, the Upper West region and the Savannah region. And the president will be wrapping up very shortly. We will be wrapping up our coverage as well, but this has been a special coverage of the president's regional tours. Just before we get to the latter part of our coverage, let's go back to Aman Akwesinsia, who is at this ceremony. He joins us live from Kusogo, where the president has just finished speaking. He is moving now to inspect the Fofoso Bondai Road. Remember, this is a 71-kilometer road sponsored by the government of Ghana. Akwesi, if you can hear me, so what is happening now? After the president has spoken, what is happening now? Just take us through.
So, Kwaku, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo just gave his speech, and the president is about to be taken around to inspect progress of work on this stretch of road, this 7-kilometer road that's going to ease pressure and also going to ease the stress on the people of Damongo who have been traveling from Damongo to Salaga and have to be passing through Tabara. This time they will not be going that direction again. They have a straight connect road that will be joining them from Kusogo all the way to Salaga to cut down their traveling time from about 4.5 hours to 2.5 hours. It has been a fun tour for me as a journalist. It has also given me a different perspective about when people say we are not seeing anything under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. But before I share that, I have my colleague with me here, Wilberforce Asare of Asase Radio. Wilberforce, what called here? It is well. It is well.
with the Ghana Water Company on the extension of the Kosugu Water Project to cover other communities in the district. The president also said he will initiate plans to connect 17 communities to the national grid, providing them with electricity. President Kofi Asare also said that his government will develop a 1,000-acre of land in the district as industrial power that will feed industrial product to the Debris port, which is also in the district. So these are just some of the key points raised in President Kofi Asare's address when he spoke a while ago at Kosugu. We're just about wrapping up our coverage, but let's bring back our guys who've been with us from Sunday to now. Journalist Wilberforce Asare and Akwesi Nsia. Let me start with you, Akwesi. So you sit in Accra and do most of your journalism, but fortunately you've been on this tour with the president. In just a minute, share the experience with us.
The experience has been good, and I've now realized that there are a lot of work going down here. Probably what might be in Accra might think that nothing is happening under the able leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his Lieutenant Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Bawumia. But since we arrived at the Upper West Regional Capital, we're moving all the way to Nandom to cut another sword for the construction of dualization of Nandom town roads. Then coming back to Kalio, where President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo commissioned a 35 megawatt of solar power that is going to give electric power to the whole of Upper West region. And coming down here to one of the newly created regions, making up our regions to be 16, that Savannah region, after President inspected works of progress of the RCC and other projects going on in the region. Now we are here at Bugosu to witness the inspection of a road that will be leading from Damango all the way to Salaga. So now I have a different perspective and a different way of reasoning into the criticism of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo when it comes to the president under his leadership has done nothing for the people of Ghana.
We're currently experiencing a global crisis where a lot of countries are going through or are feeling the effect of what the global crisis has brought but what does this say about how governments are still pushing to provide developments for their people despite these hardships? Wilberforce.
Indeed, Kweku, and I can relate to exactly what you are talking about, and that's because coming here on the ground, I have been pleasantly surprised with the kind of work that is being done in our rural communities. And rural because indeed we do know that Ghana is made up of the urban areas and also the rural areas, largely being in some of the places that we have been to during this tour in the Upper West region and in the Savannah region. We have been to the real rural areas, and I've seen for myself firsthand the kind of development activities that are going on there, comparable to what is in Kumasi or in Accra. But what it suggests to me is that there is something beyond Greater Accra region where I live and work. There is another Ghana which is outside the confines of Greater Accra region, and I have a feeling that really the people in these rural areas.
That was Wilberforce Asare, but what you're watching on the screen now, our contractors taking President Kofi Asare through work done so far and what will be happening in the coming months on the Fofoso Bondi Road. Gentlemen, stay with us. We are not done yet, but just to let our viewers know that President Kofi Asare has been taken through some brief at the inspection joints where contractors there are giving him a brief on the work on the road, what work they are going to be doing on the Fofoso Bondi Road. Is a 71-kilometer sponsored road by the government of Ghana. And so as you're watching on your screen, President Kofi Asare watching the board while he's receiving the brief on what work is going to be done on the road, and perhaps how beneficial the road will be to commuters or users of the road, especially in the Kosogo community or the Kosogo area and communities nearby. So you're watching on your screen live pictures from Kosogo, where President Kofi Asare is inspecting the Fofoso Bondai Road. We're told this is a 71-kilometer road sponsored by the government of Ghana. A while ago, there was a ceremony to welcome the president to the area, and we had the president address the gathering where he gave assurances that his government will consult with the Ghana Water Company Limited on the extension of the Kosogo Water Project to cover other communities in the district. The president also says he will initiate plans to connect 17 communities to the national grid, providing them with electricity. He also said they will develop a 1,000 acre of land in the district as industrial power that will feed industrial product to the debris port, which is in the district. President Kofi listening to the brief from the contractor on the Fofoso Bondai road projects, and the exchanging if you like, communication. Also, in your short, chiefs and other opinion leaders, the president's entourage who are with him, watching keenly and listening to the contractor who is giving them the brief as you watch on your screens right now. This is a special coverage of the president's regional tours. We brought you the coverage from Sunday, where the president began in the Upper West region. He is wrapping up that tour of the Savannah region today, and we are bringing you the live feed from Kosogo, where he is engaging contractors who are working on the Fofoso Bondai road. So in your shot is the president. You can also see the Deputy Minister of Roads and Highways in your shot. The chiefs are also there, all listening to the contractors who are giving the president assurance that work will be done and done well, so that the people in the area will be excited. So there you have it. President Kofi Asare received the brief. He's done with the inspection. My colleagues and guys who have been on the ground, Akwesi and Wilberforce Asare, will join us back now for us to wrap up our coverage. And Ben has just whispered into my ears that Akwesi is now called Akwesi Salifu, and Wilberforce is Wilberforce Idris. That's the names they've been picked, or names that have been given to them, rounding up the store. So, to you, Akwesi Salifu and Wilberforce Idris, what are your final comments as we wrap up our coverage?
Okay, Kweku, so from my side, I think that this tour has been revealing and it has been riveting. I have seen a lot of things that has drawn my attention to the fact that my journalism should not be just based on what is happening in the Greater Accra region, which is the capital of our country, but I should look beyond that. And again, I have also learned that there are a lot of things that are happening elsewhere in our country that if we do not send cameras there, nobody in Ghana will get to know, and our worldview will be minimal. And so I am convinced beyond reasonable doubt that this effort by the Ministry of Information must continue, no matter the constraints and the circumstances that surround it. It must continue. People must get to know what is happening in our country. And I personally would want to commend the Ministry of Information for this initiative. The authorities that be must hear us and make sure that this process receives funding and it continues, so the people of Ghana get to know exactly what is happening in their beloved fatherland.
We just have some 1 minute to end. But gentlemen, thank you very much. Wilberforce Idrisu is with Asase Radio and Akwesi Salifu is with Adom TV. They've been on the ground bringing you live updates on the President's Upper West and Savannah tours. Gentlemen, thank you so much, and I hope that you get back to Accra safely. And of course, to all those who have been involved, to our production team, we want to say a big thank you to the stations that picked every activity live, to GTV, to GBC, to Metro TV, to City TV, to Adom TV, to Netu, Wontumi TV, Movement TV, Wezo TV, MX24, we're told, also picked all the other stations in other parts of the country that picked the feed live. We want to say a big thank you to you for joining us. Do join us again on the next presidential tour. My name is Kwaku Obeng Imoro. And from here in Accra, we say thank you for joining us. We'll see you on the next tour. Goodbye.
Up on this edition of BizTech, we engage a young engineer who is using recycled waste to build battery packs for power supply meant for households and communities. Robert Insel, CEO of eCycle Ghana, talks about his journey on BizTech. You don't want to miss out.
I used to have feel like having what I can't afford. So they like what? They say your mom bought you a kit car.
Yeah, okay.
I can't buy it. I have to get the shit from my own to go to a shop, get some motorways, come and bind together to get whatever you want. We need light to play at night in the village. I have to get light for it. So we're using somewhat recycling it. We are trying to eliminate different ways from our environment. Eliminating it has a lot to do before we can achieve what we want. So we decided to focus on where we are turning the waste into. That's when we come with the power storage system. It's really pity when you turn around and in Ghana, all roofs are empty, no solar panels, but there's sunlight. Or even the developed countries like China and others, they are trying to build solar plants, but they don't have enough sun. Ghana, we have, or Africa, we have more sun.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Macroeconomic developments in the first 7 months of 2022. Ghana's economic situation has deteriorated rapidly in the first 7 months of the year. Over the period, the macroeconomy has become highly unstable, with all the key indicators worsening at rapid rates. Consequently, the execution of the 2022 budget has not gone as to plan, with fiscal position in the first half of the year turning out worse than the government initially projected. First, the relative price stability the country has enjoyed in the past few years has disappeared. As year-on-year consumer price inflation rate, which averaged, for instance, 9.9% and 10.0% in 2020 and 2021, respectively, stood at 13.9% in January 2022. The inflation rate increased to 19.4% in March and further to as high as 31.7% in July 2022. Indeed, the July rate is the highest rate of inflation recorded in Ghana since November 2003. That's a period of more than 18 years. Partly driving the surge in inflation is a sharp depreciation of the exchange rate since the beginning of 2022. From January to the end of July 2022, the interbank exchange rate of the cedi against the US dollar depreciated by 21.1%, compared with a depreciation rate of only 0.7% in the same period in 2021. The Forex Bureau exchange rate of the cedi against the US dollar depreciated by as high as 27.3% from the beginning of January to the end of July 2022. Interest rates have also increased sharply, reflecting the soaring inflation and tightening of monetary policy by the central bank. Both the 91 and 182-day Treasury bill rates, the principal indicators of government short-term borrowing costs, have more than doubled in the first 7 months of the year, rising from 12.51% and 13.19% to 26.34% and 28.06% respectively. Similarly, the daily interbank interest rate jumped from 12.7% to 21.87% in the period, while the average commercial bank lending rate rose from 20.04% to 24.7% from January to June this year. So you can all appreciate the rate of deterioration in macroeconomic stability.
In fact, myself, I'm not aware that something will happen today. I just have a call that ECG and the soldiers and whatever, they are in town to store prepaid goods. But myself, I'm not aware. In fact, when I came to the ground, in fact, I'm not happy. As I can, I'm not happy. Because you cannot beat somebody because of people. You cannot use things that is supposed not to use on human beings because of people. I think there's no understanding. I think the people are going too much. I don't know whether they are just going wayward. I cannot know. I cannot know what is happening. Come back. In fact, myself, I'm a leader. As a everyone. If you are coming to do something, we all know what is happening for some time now. You have to inform me that, oh, honorable, we are coming to the ground. Inform maybe your chief, your community people, or something, the unique committee. Then we see the way forward. But no. Just sometimes you are in town because you have the power, you have the soldiers, you have these things, so you are coming to brutalize my people in my community. That is not right. I'm not happy about what happened. Look at pregnant women, people that are coming from farm and things. Innocent people. What is happening? What is happening in my community in Ghana? No, there's no way. The big men have to come out and talk to their people that they are going too much. They are going too much. Too much. You self, you can see. You can capture some of this, so I can also, you can capture and show to the whole world and Ghana what is happening. My big advice is our big men have to come out. The credits, the stakeholders in the community, the chief executive, the MP, include me as everyone and others stakeholders and the government and the regional minister, that we are dying and we cannot continue to die because of prepaid. There's no way. We don't want to die. If we die, who will use the prepaid? Who will pay bill for this thing? We don't want to die.
Good afternoon, sir. This afternoon we were here where the police, the soldiers, they came. They came and attacked we to give us prepaid. But we didn't thought that we would take their prepaid. Me, I don't know what they are doing, sir. I'm from bush. I go and cut firewood. So after we from the place where we go and drop the firewood, as we are coming and we meet the soldier men, and they take me by force and start to beat me rough. I don't understand. I don't know what I do them before they start to beat me. They beat me up. See, this is a catapult. This catapult. This is a catapult. I don't know why they beat me just like that. Oh, they shoot me. They shoot me seriously. I don't know. I don't know what happened before they are doing that thing. I didn't say anything, so I went to police station and collect medical form. This is my medical form. I went to police. They collected my cutlass and my everything. Even the one who is driving the Abubuya, the motor king driver, they shoot him up and they wound him. They hurt him. I don't know what to say, sir, because I don't understand what they are doing.
Now this year, you know, can say you have a two issue, you have to light news. It's all saying.
Yeah, the brain, yes, I have to say, yeah, oh, what are the iron talk? Not too late to never done it. And you have say less media, and you don't picture me in the
I'm going to can you have wiring until some 2 months and a bit? I'll meet me. I produce the Biabanya light. And issue.
And so, yeah, you're 5 million years. Now, my father, then she only a bad engine, who has Zuko on my own side. I think what you get by international to miss you. On my own side, near almost have a system. And she look around and said, oh, my, you could have your opera, who in your being sat. Near young to look around when you be so. Lay a salad and a sentence you're young. And then I want.
And today I will over that by you.
I saw a money baffle. And one man for me, the son. Robert, and he said, 70 pesos. Nana, the immediate family married the they have 70 pesos. I know it. She only a woman and yes, I told you all the name. I'm Rambo.
I buy better.
Oh, see, I dream.
It's in Cathedral to you.
You say, you when I get the inside. Prepare to go to a yen in Asa. Yes, he had to take a band, I never yet see any as if PBO said, Yaba. It's not fair. I'm going to say, Yana, Yana, only in the year, why? Only the chorus in here, and you are never yes, Rabbi. Japan show any sound so breath no dream. Yes, Rena. What happened? Oh, my, this woman, they say, can't create me. They show say, as I'm a too soon, as I'm a too light, is so soon. The bear day, Japan itself. Oh, show as a no command. Let me be an me throw my name. They are breath.
Look, I what 2 maybe, but ever shall say,
it's your own tissue. Oh, my tissue, near to me, bush. There's also be a bull across the office. There's a rare day. Aha, it's your funny chow. All we are no more used to be beyond my let me throw me. They are back.
Coming up on this edition of BizTech, we engage a young engineer who is using recycled waste to build battery packs for power supply meant for households and communities. Robert Insel, CEO of eCycle Ghana, talks about his journey on BizTech you don't want to miss out.
I used to have feel like having what I can't afford. So they
like what?
They say your mom bought you a kit car.
Yeah, okay.
I can't buy it. I have to get it from my own. To go to a club, get some motos, come and buying together to get whatever we want. We need light to play at night in the village. I have to get light for it. So we're using somewhat recycle it. We are trying to eliminate electronic waste from our environment. Eliminating it has a lot to do before we can achieve what we want. So we decided to focus on where we are turning the waste into. That's when we come with the power storage system. It's really pity when you turn around and in Ghana, all roofs are empty, no solar panels, but there is sunlight. Or even the developed countries like China and others, they are trying to build solar lamps, but they don't have enough sun. Ghana, we have, or Africa, we have more sun than we are having.
Watch BizTech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Is in partnership with Travel to SA. If you're a cultural person, a party person, an adventurous person, South Africa got you covered. Have you considered SA as your next travel destination? I strongly encourage you to book your next trip to SA with the link in my description box. Add South Africa to your bucket list and thank me later. Bye guys. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. So in this vlog, we are going to be exploring some restaurants here in Accra. I'm currently here with my friends. Hello, Abigail. Hey. Hello, Loretta and Bumi. So we just closed from church. Yeah, we just closed from church and we decided to take Loretta. Her birthday was last week and we decided to go have some brunch here. So we're currently here at Golden Tulip Hotel. I've been here several times, but I haven't been here for their brunch. So today you guys are coming along for brunch and yeah, so let's go. Brunch buffet at the Golden Tulip cost about 230 Ghana cedis, which is about $23 per person. We're served with welcome grape juice. So guys, this is how I look. I just came here to take photos and just show you how I look. This is a day from church and yeah, let's go have brunch. So we're gonna get some rice. Amazing. I recommend going to look for brunch. It was good. I really enjoyed the meal. I really enjoyed it. It was good. Really good. I wish I had my friends take on how the food went. It was really good. And I don't know why I have had breakfast at Golden Tulip, I've had dinner at Golden Tulip, but not Sunday brunch. And I think Sunday brunch goes very well than any other day. So highly recommended. Telande is located at Laboni, a perfect place for hangout and to enjoy live band. For food, I had yam and chicken with a cocktail, which cost me about 170 Ghana cedis. Yeah, so we're currently here at Mass, and yeah, hi Nadia. Hi. So I really like the entrance, it's beautiful. Mass is located at East Legon. The interior of this place is really pretty, and the food and drinks cost us about 643 Ghana cedis for 2 people. Ghana, which is located on Labadi. The space before getting there is really beautiful, and the food was amazing. I highly recommend. My friend and I spent about 641 Ghana cedis. The last restaurant is called Laboracha, which is located at Laboni. This place is a budget-friendly restaurant. We had tacos and shawarmas for 3 people, and it cost us around 440 Ghana cedis. I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed being here. Let me know your favorite restaurants so far. Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Mwah. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I know it's getting dark.